pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business to be approved the minutes from February 8th. We were not here last week due to weather and other issues.
Also move, Mr. Chairman.
Don has moved.
All second.
Tim is seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Looks like we had a Kansas Work Enforcement Investment Local Area B Less Officials Agreement. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm on that board. I
Okay.
explained that a little bit.
That'd be great.
We have to renew that every so often. Last time we renewed it was in 5/26/16. Harlan signed it. If anybody's interested, here's a copy of the old contract. Here's a new contract. All we gotta do is approve it. It's 17 counties in southeast Kansas. And it's for workforce. It's actually federal money. There's 5 commissioners on the EOC board that represent, control the money. And then there's 15 members on the workforce board. And in Coffee County, Mark Beverly from Four Rivers is on it. Angela Trimble was on it, and she just got off, so.
Okay.
5, we represent the 17 counties, and pretty good force. I don't know if anybody's used it here, but I know some of the cities used them a few summers ago, and then the state came out and said they couldn't use kids. So it's to help kids who are unprivileged kids or people who have been laid off or anything like that.
Okay.
It's federal money. So
Sounds like a good deal.
with that, I'll make a motion to authorize the chairman to sign the agreement.
Okay.
All second. If anybody wants to read it, here's a copy of it.
Okay. Don has moved. Tim seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
I laid the original there for you to sign.
Okay. I'll catch up with that here in short. On the recommendation of the noxious weed director, move to approve and sign the annual noxious weed eradication progress report 2020.
This is an annual thing that you guys sign
Okay.
every year.
I remember from last year, I believe.
I've got some questions on it, but I'll get with Todd
Okay.
on that.
There's a lot of documents there, a lot of numbers to follow, and I don't know how close it is to what's been the last 4 years, but I'm sure knowing Todd is probably well in line. But it wouldn't hurt to have a couple things answered, maybe.
That's what I'll do.
It doesn't look like it's an issue of not for him.
No. I have just some questions on it since it's my first time and everything, so I'll just get with Todd.
You want those answered before we?
That's okay, I'll just call him.
Again, we can table it and have him come in next week and explain if you'd rather.
If that would be okay with
I
everybody.
had no problem with asking Todd to come in. He'd be more than happy to come in, I'm sure. Because there's documents there, there's a lot of pages there, a lot of numbers.
All right,
You want me to see if I can get him to come up later today?
Yeah, on that, I mean, we got some of a short agenda, so yeah, if he's got,
Or Wednesday.
we're Wednesday, yeah, we'll be here Wednesday
yeah, we'll be here Wednesday.
doing checks and vouchers. Let's do that.
Okay.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
All right. So the next one would be Sheriff Tom Johnson is requesting to retire Randy Rogers' service weapon, Rogers, for his retirement. Upon the recommendation of the sheriff, move to find that one Smith & Wesson .40 caliber model MP Shield, serial number ending in 7656, is no longer required and cannot prudently be used for public purposes of Coffee County and should be disposed of by transferring ownership to retired Sheriff Randy Rogers.
I'll make the motion.
Jesse's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. I missed this one earlier in preparation. Looks like the VIN number on one of the vehicles was incorrect. So we need to do a new motion on the recommendation of county sheriff, approval of county attorney as to form, move to approve revised disposal motion made February 8th. 2014 Dodge Ram trucks 4x4, VIN ending in 323568, mileage 150,000. Is no longer required and cannot prudently be used for public purposes of Coffee County, and as such should be disposed by trade-in to Cromartie Ford. Notice of board's intention to dispose of said property will be published February 11th and 18th, 2021 in the official county newspaper. VIN is the only change on this motion.
So moved.
Don's moved.
All second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Upon the recommendation of county attorney, move to approve payment of the Goldberg Group Architects invoice in the total amount of $16,058 to the Coffee County Courthouse New Justice Center study. Funds come from general fund, courthouse general, professional, technical line item. Only discussion I got on this, I guess, hopefully Wade will be here later, that he was on that board and I was on there after Cody left. I guess the last meeting I attended, I thought, or the way I remember it, I should say, is that they were going to be getting cost estimates together to get the courthouse COVID friendly, so to speak, or virus friendly, however you want to word it. And then we were gonna proceed from there. It was, and maybe even get pricing to see what it would cost to update the previous jail. And, because I know if we get a new jail, it's gotta go up for vote, and that's a pretty good price tag. There's still a lot of discussion on that, so that's the only thing I would say.
Have you had a meeting since
No,
he was here at the webinar?
no,
Okay, that's basically what we was told in that same thing, so.
yes.
The other question I have, is this the completion of that complete study, or is there more study to be completed?
I can't honestly answer that. Because like I said, we haven't, the day that Thanksgiving was the last meeting that I actually attended, and I think you had another one via Zoom or whatever when I was out.
There's probably nothing wrong with the bill being presented, but do we need to have Wade to step in sometime during our meeting and maybe explain a little more on that?
Yeah, I would like to see where we're at. I don't know.
I think I'd like to know. where
New
we're
committee formed, I don't know what, I just don't know.
Yeah.
What's exactly going on right now. So, I don't have a problem paying it either, it's just, I thought I'd bring that up for general discussion, so to speak. Do I need a motion to approve? Pay this bill?
Well, if we're gonna get further discovery from Wade, we probably just set up tight on this and
We can do that thing.
until he comes in and review some more.
Like that.
Of what, can't think what I want to say, but
He gives us
do some more discovery and let us know exactly where that set is at.
Well, actually, I apologize for reading through the invoice. It looks like they're 86% done with their study on COVID assessment in the courthouse. Remodeling the courthouse is 64%. The new justice center is almost 52%. So, there's where it says far being done.
Is this a 5-year plan study or?
You know,
Seems like this is taking a long time.
Yeah, again, I'm not, actually, I got put on the board after Cody left, so.
So will this finish out the payment to them?
No, I didn't catch the second page behind.
I never either.
I looked at everything on my phone yesterday and I didn't catch this one.
I didn't either.
Yeah, I just caught it, so that's.
Looks like to me there's a total of 56,500 left. Then we'll pull the build to date was 40.
Yeah.
Build this invoice.
24.
Yeah, it looks like there's still substantial dollars to be paid, so evidently there's substantial more of the study to be completed.
Yeah.
But I know when the last meeting I attended, I suggested that we just concentrate totally on, getting the courthouse itself, if you will, the HVAC system, and they were supposed to get in contact with Modern Air as to what can and cannot be done and proceed from there, but I haven't heard anything.
I had talked to Modern Air last week because we had some other issues, and I asked them if they'd been contacted about COVID and what they need to do, and they said they had not. I also asked them about possibly including some sort of humidifying environment for the courthouse, because I've had lots of complaints about headaches and
Dry air.
itchy, dry air and all that. And so he was gonna come over and just take a look, just kind of give me a rough estimate on that, but otherwise, that's all I know.
Well, I guess, not trying to eliminate the Goldberg, but I mean,
Yeah,
is there,
yeah.
no, what I'm leaning up to is, maybe if there's something they have that's simple that they can put in the ductwork that would help kill viruses and or whatever.
Yeah, in fact.
Suggest knowing.
They sent me a pamphlet. I thought I was bringing it down today, but I can get it later and show it to you guys, give you a copy.
Still want to table this?
I wouldn't think it'd be too bad if Wade maybe Wade has some information since that last meeting. He's gonna be here anyway, isn't he?
I assume.
We just assume if he has something, it'd be nice to know it.
Again, we can do it Wednesday with Todd's deal if we have to.
Right.
It looks like there's still approximately a third of the job study yet to be done, so I think it'd be good to have Wade give us an official update.
Good enough. We'll table that one as well. Well, that'll bring that part to an end. And we can hear from Rhonda.
Good morning, Any photos, Rhonda?
I'm fine.
You're very fine.
I've seen it many times.
Good.
Yes, this is the property that was involved in a fire, over on 216 Hudson Street. William Powell, he has, went through the court system and everything and worked this out where he was able to become the owner of the property. And so we've been working with the city, we've been working with the city's attorney, and so everything is good to go. The taxes are paid up and everything on it for the half. And so anyway, the owner has actually contacted Randy Graybill, and he's going to take it down. I think they might even try to start here pretty soon, because I think they're meeting today, actually. And so this is definitely something the community probably needs to take care of, because, for Wade and landfill fees anyway, especially with the brother going ahead and taking care of the actual demolition, if we could get that done.
I don't remember where the district line splits down.
That's yours. That's yours.
I thought, but I
It's yours.
didn't want to claim it without
It was yours.
being sure, so
It really don't make any difference.
I agree.
But to me, I'm not too sure, it had not been somebody approving it, even outside your group. But I know that's not kind of the customer of the commission.
Right, so, with it being in my district, I will make that motion to waive landfill fees for demolition of this structure.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
It is. Well, that takes us to Karen. I never can see if anybody's behind that post.
Morning.
Morning. I'm here, I have a resignation in my office, so I'm just here to, get authorization for me to, advertise and hire for a new clerk two, oh, it's not a new position, but a replacement in the clerk two position.
Take any discussion first, if there is any.
I didn't hear what you said there. First, Karen, who stepped down?
Would that be a personnel? I don't know in open meeting if I should say or not.
I can't respond to that either.
So I just rather not, so that I'm not stepping on any toes.
So move to authorize the county treasurer to advertise and hire for a clerk two position with applications to be taken until March 8th, 2021 at 5 p.m. This is to fill a vacant position created by resignation within the office. Also move.
All second.
Tim is second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
We're on time for once, Wayne.
Okay.
Last few weeks, we kind of held you at bay.
That's right. I have quite a bit this time.
Well, I kind of saw that.
Both hands
You
are
did see
full,
break-
so.
You did see breakage at 10.
Brought the library with you.
Well, I'm glad we're gonna have a break so I can continue after that.
That's gonna be,
I know, that's scary.
that's what I was just gonna say, that's gonna be scary.
Good, good. Well, first off, might as well just, our snow and ice, as you know, the guys have been out there for about 2 weeks. It's pretty bad. Temperatures cause a lot of challenges for us, as it is today. So with that, we had some equipment issues as far as getting equipment started with these temperatures. But for the most part, you'll see a lot of success that we've had. We had a lot of traction even for the conditions that were given us as far as the snow and the ice. And then once we get a little bit of sun, all the salt that we had underneath it just started melting. And then we'd lay it back down again and we'd start the process all over again. So we work closely with the schools and basically give them information as we had it. We were fortunate not to have any issues with our roads that I'm aware of, but for the most part, we were able to handle the snow and ice this time, so, as we do. And it's a team effort, once again, it's a team effort, everybody working together. I think you'd be really impressed with our supervisor, our foremans, all discussing what's working, what's the application rate, what's the mix, and basically what's working, what's not working. We did also just the operation as far as dispatching, making sure everybody's safe. So when people step out of the trucks, they're calling us, letting us know where they're at, and we're keeping track of them. So. Okay. So I'll just move right into the report. And no road permits, one zoning permit, and we also had zoning for last week, Wednesday night. Dust control, I have several motions. So one's going to be dust control, magnesium chloride for dust control, summer mowing, fill some positions. See, these are vacant positions. One of them's even a retirement position. And so then the last one would be the de-icing on the salt material. So.
We're gonna go right in those, or you know, if you have any further discussion?
Well, on the dust control, what I currently have is $1.50, and I know we talk about it every year. Should we, you know, how long has it been there? What should we do? Should we basically increase it or not? I'm satisfied with the $1.50 at this point, and my recommendation would be to stay with the $1.50 that we currently had for the last several years. That covers our cost, except for the gravel, but we had that discussion before. The gravel is what we consider to be normal maintenance. And so we're looking at basically the material, that'd be the magnesium chloride, the water, basically the work that it takes to get the road prepped. And we're covering that cost with $1.50. So I'd ask that we just continue.
All right. So motion 2021-8, based upon the recommendation of county engineers, move to approve the county engineer's request to approve the dust control program for 2021 as presented by Coffee County Engineer and direct county clerk to publish notice of the same.
Do we need to specify that's $1.50 per linear foot?
It's on the sheet.
Okay, I mean, just for the public out there.
If you'd like to, you sure
I
could.
think we just did.
Cost of $1.50
Per
per
lineal foot, there's a minimum of 300 feet, a maximum of 700 feet.
$450 takes care of the big end of them, so.
Yes, sir.
I'll move.
I'll move.
All second.
And seconded, all in favor? Motion passed 5-0.
And we had 50 folks last year that signed up onto it. We had 40,685 lineal feet. So just information.
The follow-up on that one would be 2021-09, based upon the recommendation of county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request to solicit sealed bids for magnesium chloride for the 2020 dust control program.
I'll make the motion.
Tim has moved. I'll second. All in favor? Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
So,
Next one is routine. We do this every year, and that would be the mowing.
do you require insurance from certificates from those guys that mow?
No, at this point, no.
Do you see a need for it?
We don't have it set up. I mean, any normal contractor would, for the most part, but as most of this is basically side jobs in the evening for the folks that are bidding on this, and I believe that's reflective in the pricing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we're at. I mean, if we wanted to have the insurance, it's not to say that we can't. At this point, I think the only insurance that we'd have would be, say, your automobile liability insurance. But it wouldn't necessarily cover the operation as you're mowing, how you're being protected, doing that work.
County property, is it?
It is. The only thing that we would, and I just have to check, each time that they mow, for example, last year, it's been $180 for 4 parcels. Now, I don't have the numbers to tell you how much that was for the whole year, how many times we actually mowed. But I'm pretty certain that we're under, say, $10,000. And I believe that might be a factor.
That would be under 10 if it's 180 for all 4 locations.
That's, I believe that's,
10,000 would be 50 times, we know that didn't happen.
that's what I'm saying, it'd be under the 10,000, so I wonder if it's, the number is significant enough to basically force county government to have an insurance, but I'd have to check with Wade.
My insurance audit coming up, so.
It's a good point, I mean,
Yes, you have to deal with the same thing.
yes.
Just thought I'd ask.
It probably is a business, is it not?
I mean, we're paying, I'd have to check with Wade on that one to see if we're wanting
Is a business mowing this, or is it a certain individual?
It's individual.
It's individuals.
It's different people.
Most of them probably couldn't even provide it.
See, that's,
Was jumping that 180 to 300-400 real quick.
Each one of these, and you know, this is all public record. It's
Well, I'm just
in
trying to
David
protect
Lindo.
the county's interest more than I am trying to burden the person doing it. That's
As far
not
as,
my intent to burden the person doing it. It's more, can something come back on us for some odd reason? If they hit something in the cemetery and it flies out and takes out a windshield or something, I don't know.
right.
I know the cemeteries are off the beaten path, so to speak, but just, I don't know.
The other one would be the
Boy.
county insurance, and that would be something I could visit with Angie on. Because, I mean, it's county property, so any accident that happens on county property, how are we covered? If it's basically the accident's caused by another individual that's working on county property.
And we may have an umbrella for that, I don't know.
That's where I'd have to double check. That's a good
We might
question.
But I mean, we're still sending out for bids.
And we'll come back with some answers. We'll visit with the
I
insurance
just
folks
wanna
and
make
see
sure
where
we're
we're at.
So if the individual falls or twists their ankle on while they're mowing it, is that gonna come back on the county?
I think that would be the insurance question that we'd ask, but initially, I mean, just to have for discussion, it would be no different than I'm having you come on my property, to do some mowing. Does my insurance cover basically an accident on my property? So, for a portion of it, I believe it does, but once again, I think those are good questions that really need to be answered or asked and answered.
I believe if they're being paid to do it, I don't believe the county is liable for it, as long as you have something in writing.
Right.
Because they are hired to do this, they bid this is a job for them. So, I mean,
Do we have like little
I
contracts we
would
do?
make sure.
a contract.
When we,
Yeah, I would make.
when we do a contract, say for example, like our asphalt contracts, big projects, you know,
Yeah.
there are requirements, and then we do also have insurance requirements too, that they are to show to be compliant with the contract, but we don't have a contract,
With the mowers.
no, sir. No formal contract at this point.
Just food for thought. Like I say, not to try and burden the guys doing it, just, I don't mean it. That's why I just.
You just want to make sure both parties are covered,
Yes, exactly.
them and the county.
Right.
So,
And it's an insurance question.
I see no reason why we can't send that for bids. Let somebody else.
That's not approval.
Right. So based upon the recommendation of county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request to solicit sealed bids for seasonal mowing at Old 50 Park, Rock Creek Cemetery, Hope Cemetery, and Strawn Monument, 16th and Fauna.
I'll make that motion.
Tim has moved,
I'll say,
John seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0.
The next three is basically the fill position. So we have one position in the asphalt group that a leadman had taken another position in the section blade group, if you recall a couple of weeks back. So now we have that position. It's in-house only. The next one would be a seating. What we have is a retirement on that particular one. And so this would be the seating group. The next one is, we had a survey party chief, and actually that would be something I'd have to get with you too. We had a survey party chief, but we had advertised for a survey party chief. There was nobody qualified for the survey party chief. When you look at the requirements for that, it requires that somebody within 4 years would be able to take the professional surveying test. Okay, so they would have to have those qualifications to be able to take that, be in that position. Well, the previous, employees did have that. I mean, they basically were qualified to take the professional surveying test. Now, it doesn't say you have to take it and pass it, it just says that you have to met the qualifications to be able to set for it. And so there was no applicants, qualified. If we do, it would be folks, out of Kansas City, Topeka, to bring them from a consultant, side, to bring them down. You're gonna be paying probably close to $80,000. That's not what our pay range is at this point for that. So mine was to step it back down to the survey technician 2, which we already have one position right now as a survey technician 2. This would create actually 2 positions in engineering for survey technician 2. And so that's the motion number 13. So 3 motions filling current vacant positions.
Any further discussion? Based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the request for authorization to advertise and hire 1 full-time leadman in-house. No new position is being added. The request will only fill a current vacant position within the department due to possible position transfer, excuse me.
So moved.
John's moved. I'll second. Any further discussion?
Do we need all these leadmen? We have foremen. It seems like we're awful top heavy.
Well, we have discussed that one before, and we have, there are several groups that do not have leadmen. For example, the section blade group does not have a leadman. The asphalt group would have a leadman. What we're doing there.
Is this for the asphalt group?
Yes, sir. That one's for the asphalt group. That was a current position. The seeding and mowing group does not have a leadman either, Bob. So that's another group. There's several groups that do not. We have taken down from leadman positions, but there's still several groups that do require another person's in charge.
So by approving this, that means that we're going to have a vacancy somewhere because we're going to take someone from somewhere else. We're eventually going to have a vacancy. We're going to have to bring somebody in new.
Most likely another equipment operator position.
Just keep coming from inside, but people moving around, but there's still that last vacancy out there.
That's the way it works for us, but yes.
Okay.
It's still good to give your in-house people the opportunity to move up.
That's what we're trying, that's what
To
we
me,
do
that's a
there.
huge plus.
Yes, sir.
And they're looking forward to that opportunity to, to move up.
That's what we,
Opportunity rises, so.
in-house only, that's how we're doing that. So yes, John.
John moved, I seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Motion 2021-12, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the request for authorization to advertise and hire 1 full-time equipment operator. No new positions being added. This request will only fill a vacant position within the department.
Move.
Jesse moved,
I'll second.
Tim seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the request for authorization to advertise and hire 1 full-time survey technician 2. No new position being added. This request will only fill a current vacant position within the department.
Do we need two survey technicians?
Yes. I mean, ultimately, we had the survey party chief, so I'm eliminating that position and making it a survey technician too. I mean, it's a different pay. What's that? It's retirement, Tim.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't have any idea what his job title was.
So I'd have to look at your organizational sheet, but, so you'll have 2 technicians with the same authority. Who's the supervisor over there?
Our engineer technician, Kenny.
Okay.
And that's gonna lead into an organization chart that I have a draft that I'd like to visit with you about, so.
I'll move.
Okay, just move. I did read it, right?
I think you did.
Yeah, you bet. I'll second. I'll second it.
There's a lot of reading here today. Just making sure. Jesse moved, Don second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
The next one is the basically it's the salt that we're using for the snow and ice activity. We have current storage capability around 1,400 ton. It was full, obviously before we got started, but we actually used up about a third of it through all these storm events, especially during the last couple of weeks. I mean, we're just laying material down 2 shifts at a time. So that's where we're at with the salt.
So motion 2021-14, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request to solicit formal bids for seasonal restocking, de-icing, salt material to be delivered at FOB to county shop. And the purchase of the de-icing salt shall be paid from the road bridge fund.
Do we lose a percentage of that salt over the summer?
Well, the cover basically stops the elements rain such as that. So for the most part, there's very little, if any, as far as material being hit with rain.
Since
Yeah,
recovery.
dissolving and such as that.
You know, the third of your pile, and I don't know how much of it's moved on an annual basis. The back third of it may never get moved for a few years. Is it set up to be to the salt sets up too? Is it set up to the point where it's not going to be usable down the road without grinding?
We haven't ran into that at this point. I mean, only last year was the first time that we really was able to get to the point where we filled it up. Otherwise, we were constantly using it throughout the year, and we never got to that point. Last year was a little lighter on basically the snow and ice activities, and so we were able to fill it. We had just finished out the order, I think it was around just under 400 ton and 300 some ton of basically last year's contract. And so that was delivered here within the last month. But yeah, but it can, Don, like you say, it can, but
Salt will set up part of the concrete.
it will. I mean, it is set up,
Or
but
salt will.
we can break it. I mean, for the most part. I mean, it's a little effort, but we can break it.
That's something, Mr. Chairman.
Don has moved,
All second.
Jim seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Well, on this one is either one, I can talk about the organization chart or jump right into the construction zone. Construction zone's gonna be fairly simple. If you'd like to just get construction zone out of the way, we can do that. Okay. As I indicated, we were into the snow and ice removal for the last 2 weeks pretty solid. As you know, the temperatures were extremely low. It placed a lot of challenges, but once again, I have to compliment our employees on making it work, basically being there during the weekends, during the holidays, and taking care of our roads. Over 230 some miles of asphalt roads, and we had all of our gravel roads too were affected. As you know, with the dry snow, we had some blowing, we had some drifting, but then we also had equipment freezing up. We had diesel gelling, even though we had placed the additives into it. Something to note, it's not to say that I want to discourage purchases or anything like that, but when you put a fuel tank underneath the vehicle and not on top of a motor where it can get heat, you're going to have a little bit of problem. And so some of the things that we learned onto it that we hadn't experienced before, I can't recall temperatures this low in 20 some years, if anybody's talked about it. But it placed a lot of challenges for our guys, and once again, I have to compliment the folks that were working it because we were looking at the conditions and seeing what was working. We were getting traction for the most part out there. And once again, it was good communication as well from the sheriff's office to the schools. And so I visited with all the school superintendents. We even posted a little something out there on Facebook that folks know that we're out there working on to it. But you needed to stay home, stay home. So
I know from what I seen up in my end, it looked good. I mean, you had the cold weather you had to deal with, salt's not gonna melt the snow and ice when the sun's not shining, so.
No.
But once that sun comes out, man, it hits that blacktop and it just starts warming her up, heating it up.
Made a world of difference, especially having the salt underneath it, then started clearing it up pretty quick. But we had laid down a lot of material. I wish I'd had the tonnage for you. It was quite a bit. So with that, our bridge group is working on the precast. That is a winter activity for us. So as we're not able to work out in conditions, but you know, you can say, okay, you got 60 degrees. Yes, we're going to do what we can, but we're also going to be looking at basically the conditions. One of the things that we have would be the entrance up there by Matthias is to start working on that one. Brush control, assistant fleets out there doing cutting brush as needed on the county right of ways. We're doing our cleanup for grooming, and then also taking care of the potholes on the asphalt. You'll see with these type of conditions, now what you're going to see is the moisture coming out of the ground. You're going to actually see some asphalt. I saw some over there on 22nd over by Trefoil that you're going to start seeing some settlement into our asphalt along the edges where we have basically minimum embankment material. You're going to start seeing the edges dip down a little bit because of all that heating. Now the frost is coming out, and it's coming out quick because the temperature's rising clear up to 60 degrees plus the wind. And so now you're going to start seeing material move quite a bit on us. And so they're taking care of the asphalt roads accordingly. And sign maintenance, and then we're also doing our cleaning. So we'll be going through all of our trucks and all of our sanders and basically getting cleaned up and getting ready for the next storm. Any questions on construction zone? Okay, well.
It's not construction, but I do have a question.
Yes.
Here, a few weeks ago, we discussed out of county trash. I don't know, did that get dropped or did we get some information on that?
Not dropped. Actually, the landfill had some, they had some numbers from other counties that we had done a survey on, but they were a little old, so we're getting those updated. We were so busy with the snow and ice, pretty much everything dropped at that point. But we are working on that. I'll be visiting with her soon.
It's my understanding that Anderson County trucks aren't making the trips as much as they were either. I don't know for sure. I'm just told that by the person who told me they were making the trips also told me they weren't making as many trips now. So.
Well, maybe they got the word. I don't know.
I don't know.
As far as saying,
but it's still something we need to be working on. We need to take a look at.
Absolutely, especially for the out-of-county rates. Something that hasn't been changed for about 13 years since we even looked at those. So I think it's a worthy project to come back and have some discussion. One of the things I'd ask you to do is to say, okay, where are we wanting our landfill? I mean, are we wanting our landfill to fill up, meaning basically take in the waste, or are we wanting to make our landfill, and not necessarily the word exclusive, meaning only Coffee County, but for the most part, is that the intention? Are you saying that we really would like to have our landfill only with the waste within our county for the most part? Keeping in mind that when we get our special waste, I mean, here lately, it was just this year, last year, we were getting special waste from Emporia. We still are, other than the weather conditions that stop some of that. So that in itself, I mean, I have, where we're billing those, I think was well over $70,000. And that's significant when you look at our operating budget for our landfill, it's somewhere around $300,000. So, I mean, when we can take in some of that waste, and actually has multiple purposes because we can actually farm it to a point where we can air it out and then it becomes a daily cover. So it doesn't become a cost, it actually becomes a benefit, a little bit of work. But some of the discussions we'll have when I bring those rates in for you.
Yeah, that was my point being when I asked you about the life expectancy of the cell. I mean, we're taking everybody else's waste as well as our own. I mean, and we can eliminate some of that, and the life expectancy of the cell for our residents is longer, and which might opinion, is less cost. You don't have to build another cell.
And that's absolutely right. Those are the discussions we'd have, because what we're at currently right now is about 7,000 tons of waste. That's about 40 years for our solid waste basically to fill up as far as our airspace and such as that. So 40 years is what you're looking at if we don't change the rate in which we basically receive waste. We don't basically keep our rates so low that we have other counties coming in and bringing more waste in. So currently you have 40 years. But what you also have too is in our current operation of our 40 years, from this point to 40 years, we have actually, which you've been putting some money back, is you also have to show KDHE that you have money set aside for closing the landfill. And this is at, I think it's close to $5 million. And I think currently right now you have close to $2 million that's been set in the budget. I'm just rounding numbers.
We started setting that back.
You start setting that back.
What percentage of our debris comes from out of county, tonnage wise? 50% comes from outside the county?
Probably a third.
A third from outside?
Yeah, just rough numbers right now, but those are the numbers I'll be bringing.
It's gonna be a little bit difficult for me, for us to discover everything. When some of that stuff comes in, it's valued.
That's right.
And so how you're gonna be able to put that all together in a very clean scenario, to me, might be a little difficult to do.
There's
Because
many
there's some value
factors.
to some of it.
I agree, and then there's gonna be a lot of variables,
There'll be a lot of what ifs.
what ifs. That's gonna be part of this discussion. The one thing that a lot of folks don't understand is, as we have set aside, say, $5 million, or will set aside $5 million, when the landfill's closed, what you're also gonna have is maintenance for the next 20 years after the landfill's closed. You're still gonna have costs associated with the landfill. This is not the $5 million, this is actual maintenance costs. Because you're gonna have to monitor basically the leachate, you're gonna have to take care of the mowing, you're gonna have to take care of any erosion issues that basically occur. So you're still gonna be staffing folks there for the next 20 years after you do that. And that's just part of running the landfill, but those are, when you look at the variables, Don, is to say, are we setting aside enough money or charging enough for all of this cost that's gonna be associated with the landfill, operating the landfill?
When we did, I'm gonna say sale two, cost us 500,000 to build it. Did we, and sale two is full now, did we recruit $500,000 worth of money by the time it got full?
Off the cuff, I'd say no.
Okay, we didn't. So I guess kind of where my point is, if it's costing us, the taxpayers, to build this, and we're getting money from out of county, but are we getting enough money to offset for them filling it up where we have to build a new one quicker?
Yes.
That's some of the stuff I want to know.
And that's a good point. Right now, the 300,000, once again, I just have the rough numbers. I don't have the budget right in front of me, but memorize the rough numbers. So about 300,000, what you have for your operating. It does not cover your equipment cost. Okay, so when we have to replace equipment, it does not cover that. That 300,000 covers the operation as far as employees' wages, fuel, minor maintenance, and those type of costs. That's really what that 300,000 covers. The remaining cost is out of your general fund, which is like your equipment replacement. The recent one was that compactor. The other costs that you don't have covered as part of your general fund is the cell itself, the building of the cell. And those are costs that are not part of that budgeted number.
Well, I think that's one of the things that I want to know is, it cost us 500,000 to build it. When sale two got full, how much revenue did we bring in? So what did it actually cost us to do it? Hopefully it wasn't 500,000.
Let me look at it that way, and I'll see if I can get some numbers for you.
Yeah.
But
In my eyes, it needs to be ran like a business. It needs to be self-sufficient, in my eyes,
a lot of
to a
them,
point.
if you look at other counties, the reason why they have transfer stations is they cannot afford to do it that way. Okay, that's the reason why they have the transfer stations. That's the reason why they have, was it $60 plus a ton to do a transfer station? So, I mean, you have those type of costs, but it's a great benefit to our residents of Coffee County, to our citizens of Coffee County. Our county roads are fairly clean for the most part. You don't see the random dumping within our right of ways that you may see in other counties because of basically the landfill rates or rates that they would have to pay. And once again, you know, to have our landfill, I think it's helped out quite a bit. But those are things that, you know, I think it's going to be some good discussion, but I really got to get you the data and have you decide what you want to do.
So the trash that is picked up, let's just say from Lebo, is it brought down to our landfill or is it taken Lyon County? Where's it taken to?
Because our rates are so low, this is the things that you're going to be looking at, because once you raise that scale, once you start raising that rate scale, then what you're going to do is say offset transportation is to say, okay, can we do it cheaper by taking it to Burlington, say Lebo? Can we do it cheaper by taking it to Burlington, or do we take it to Emporia? And so those are the things that they'll be offsetting.
Well, that was my question. Is it going to Burlington, like Coffee County?
For the most part, our rates are low enough that we do gather folks within the near counties, but not exclusively, because they are finding Allen County to still be close enough for them to be able to dump, and their rates are low enough as well. And what makes Allen County different is because it's a rock quarry. And so what they're doing is, that it's an active rock quarry, so what they're doing is to expand their cells as they're blasting out rock and using that rock for the roads. They're doing their own blasting, and so, well, they're hiring the blasting, but they're using that rock for the roads. Then basically that's the expansion of their landfill. And so they have a unique situation. We have an old rock quarry that's not active, and so we're within the footprint of that old rock quarry, but we're not basically mining aggregate or road rock. So they became more regional. But good questions. The biggest one is, do you want to keep the rates low enough, or do you want to maintain the landfill for the residents of Coffee County? And that's really what you're looking at, is to say, okay, do we want to keep our rates high enough that we kind of discourage all the waste from coming in and filling up our landfill, but still keep it for our residents of the county? So those are the things that I'll need to bring to you, and there's going to be a lot of, like you say, a lot of variables that you'll be looking at.
Yeah, I think once the financial part gets answered, then hopefully we can come to an agreement on something.
Okay.
I'm old enough to remember that when they
Yes.
built the landfill, the commissioners at that time sold the landfill to the public. What the fact is that when that landfill is built, Coffee County residents will never pay to dump their trash. The day the landfill opened, they paid to dump their trash.
And I've heard that before. I have heard that before. And that's why, once again, I think it is something that we need to look at. Is really the only thing we need is adjusting the out-of-county rates would be the one factor that I would say if you wanted to focus on. And then by adjusting them, what you're going to do is either one, you're going to discourage folks from coming in from out of county to dump, or two, you're going to encourage them to come in because our rates are still too low. So that's the big factor.
I think we ought to be at least up there with where everybody else is at to take out of county waste, and I don't know what that number is, so
Okay.
I think that's what hopefully we're asking for. So.
Let me get those numbers for you, hopefully within the next couple of weeks, if I could, and I think that would be something we could set aside some good conversation on. Okay. The next one was the organization chart. Now, this is just a draft, so it's one for discussion. So on the front page, on the very first page, it changes a little bit from the last one, but what you're seeing is the discussion we just had was who's in charge of the Survey Tech 2 positions. As you can see there, that's the civil engineering technician that would be in charge of the Survey Tech 2s. The road and bridge supervisor would still be in charge of all the foremen, but he would also have the assistant road and bridge supervisor. That's Ryan. So Jeff would be in charge of, once again, all the foremans, the road and bridge side. Also in charge of assistant road and bridge supervisor, which is Ryan. Ryan would take on the responsibility to supervise the blades and then also assistant fleet. A lot of what he does right now as a right-of-way coordinator, he coordinates with the foremen quite a bit right now in those two groups. But what this means too is that he would be doing their evaluations as well. And also on the front sheet, you'll see the office manager. And I should have made my old copy.
It'd be nice to look at the old copy.
Yeah, I have a pictured copy. I don't have the one that we
It'd
approved.
be easier for us to see the proposed changes as we look at it.
Do you see a problem with handing this one out? They have their names and pictures and all that stuff on it.
Wayne, you said that the assistant road supervisor evaluates all the blades in them?
Well, what he would do is he would do the evaluation of the foreman.
I'm gonna say, okay, he would do the foreman would do the others.
Did you say that'd be a problem?
Is that right? He would do the foreman's, but the foreman's would do the others.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah.
As it is today, it doesn't change. Our foremen provide the evaluations for all the employees in their work group. Jeff does the evaluations for all of our foremen, plus the assistant road bridge supervisor. All this is going to do is put the assistant road bridge supervisor doing the evaluation of those two foremen of those two groups. Really what changes. I did not make copies. I do have the pictured one.
Want me to go
that
make copies? You want copies, everybody?
Yes.
I can go make some if you'd like.
You want to see what the old one looks like?
Okay.
Let's make some real quick.
Thank you. The other thing that it has, and this kind of segues into basically the staff classification booklet that was provided. And some of the discussion we had here last week, and Commissioner Knight would attest, I would assume he was there here last week as far as the zoning, is that we look at our zoning administrator to say, okay, do we want to make our zoning administrator now basically full-time or not? This was the discussion I had here last week. And I would continue to ask that you would look at that because, and this is where I would ask our liaison from the commission to, give their point of view too, is to say, okay, if we have our zoning administrator now full-time, because there is that progression. I mean, that's what we're seeing. We're basically seeing, services kind of expand from where they were. And we're seeing more work of zoning that's required of her time. Before, it was half-time zoning, half-time Costa County clerk. Now I'm asking to say, okay, let's make this more realistic. Full-time zoning is where we're at. Is where this person, and where zoning has evolved with basically the hearings that we're having, even some of the court decisions that we're involved with or have been involved with. It's a lot of time to make sure that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted and satisfying basically the statutes and the regulations that we have in the county. And that's where I would say that this also reflects that too, is this does not have the zoning in the highway department. What this would be zoning would be in past, Bob would probably have this, zoning at one point was underneath the county attorney's office.
Before me,
Before
if
you.
it was.
But I'm not proposing that. because I still leave that up to Wade to say what he would like to have, but I would propose that your zoning would be an independent office, no different than you would have several others within this courthouse. They would be a department head of that department. You can have monthly meetings with them if you'd like. They can give you an update what's going on, but however you'd want to handle it. But they would basically run that department. Now once again, the zoning, then you'd have to take a look at location. You say, okay, what's the best location? Well, currently right now, they're down in the highway department. Well, they've been there for, since we moved there. But also too, is to say, okay, well, zoning right now, if you come in and ask for a zoning, say you're building a new home, one thing they do, or one thing she has to do is direct you, one is to get your 911 address, so you have to go emergency preparedness to get your 911 address. Then two, you go to the mapper, Kara, upstairs, to get your map where you're gonna show where you're gonna have your setbacks, where you're gonna place your building and such as that. All of those things are just for that simple application. But all of those things are basically here at the courthouse, okay? So do you want the zoning to be, once again, at the highway department, which we have an office for her, or do you want zoning to be in the courthouse, where basically now you have the convenience, accessibility of the public? So that would be the next one, but then you would also take a look and you say, okay, do we have room as well?
I got a couple different thoughts on that. First of all, I think zoning probably ought to be connected with economic development. It might be a good chance right now for that. My second thought on that is, if you look in the appraiser's office, they have a big office with one employee in it, but they also have a small room in the back. That zoner could go into that small room in the back and be associated right there where they do all this with Kara and all that stuff too. So if we're doing something different, that to me, that's two different possibilities. So I think there's quite a few different things to look at.
Okay. Well, those are locations I wasn't aware of it.
I think the zoning and the economic development, like we're talking about coming up, I think that's gonna work hand in hand a lot.
It should.
And it should. So there's gonna be more need for the person in the courthouse, I feel, and out of the county side. As a new position coming into the courthouse area. I see the presentations that she builds and the information that she gives out at the meetings and the hearings, and she does a hell of a job. And it takes a lot of time to do that, to make sure all the i's are dotted and t's are crossed. So I think you're probably 90% of the time on zoning and 10% on the county is what I look at.
Here lately, it's been that way.
And it's unfair for the county highway department to have to pay for something that has nothing to do with it, as far as I'm concerned, other than having the employee. That's my 2 cents worth.
If we did that, would you have to hire another person for the road and bridge?
What I'd be looking at this point would be, since that one was set up to be half-time, I would be asking that I'd have a part-time cost accounting clerk to fill that half-time. And it's not to say that we're not getting stuff done. We're getting stuff done, but I mean, we're busy on the zoning side, really are.
I was shocked.
Yeah, and it was an excellent, meeting here last week. And folks come in that, they had, this would be something they'd given to you here in a couple of weeks, but, they had petitioned for some campers and RVs and cabins and stuff like that. Things that we need to have in the community, but, you got to cross your T's and dot your I's to have those type of meetings. And
it's almost diverting. Is diverting the right way? The hoops that a person has to jump through to bring a business into the county, the stuff they have to go through is almost diverting in my eyes. Good gosh, I'm just trying to, start a business and I've got to jump through all these cotton picking hoops, to start a business. And, in this county. You know, we ought to be welcoming them with open arms and doing everything we can for the entrepreneurs out there.
Mhm.
You know, and the rabbit holes they gotta jump through to try to get something started is mind numbing to me. You know, in my eyes, you got a young family that's trying to start a business and be a benefit to the county and moved here from out of state. All the hoops you gotta jump through. Well, that'd be discouraging in my eyes. I mean, that powers to them, you know, I'm glad they're doing it.
Are all the other counties around us going through that same procedure for a business to open up? That's not related to one A agriculture.
The thing is, what you're dealing with is really the statutes. And so to have the meetings, I mean, you gotta meet the criteria of the statute. And that's what she's doing and so actually when folks bring businesses to, then that person, the zoning administrator, then helps them through that process. But the process is mandated, one, by the statutes, two, basically by your zoning regulations, which is recommended by our consultant that's been there since, 60s. So, it's kind of like, okay, so we're weeding through all the zoning requirements and trying to help them every chance we get, every chance we have to basically help them with what they're proposing. And that's what it's about. It's basically helping them, and that's what we're doing, because we're not putting up the roadblocks that you may see in bigger cities. We're trying to find solutions. A lot of people may not see that. They may say, oh man, this is just a lot of work. But actually, we're trying to find solutions to make this work.
If you based it on an individual to have to do what Heidi does to present the case, she's building the case for the individuals. You know, if an individual had to do that themselves, they wouldn't do it.
Right.
There's too much red tape. I mean, it's just, people pack up and roll on,
For the average person that's not involved in that type of work, it would be very difficult for them to do. And I think having somebody qualified to be able to do it, and then also having that person's time committed to it is going to help out tremendously, because when we have to take away their time, then they're shorting their time on that particular one to help out the citizens of the county. And they're, then they're diverting that time to something else. It's kind of, no, it's so important at this point to cross the T's and dot the I's. I think it has grown to a position that needs to be full-time that it has not been since I've been here. But it has grown to that point, and maybe Wade may have some comments on that as well.
So one of the things do I have to press this for it to be on? So one of the things I didn't hear Wayne talk about is if somebody moves into a sole position, I think Wayne provides a lot of guidance and direction for Heidi, because he's sort of, I don't know how much experience he has prior to my arrival, but everything kind of goes through him because it is so detail oriented. And I think over time Heidi's gotten better and better, but they still, both Wayne and Heidi, get a hold of me to go over certain components and aspects of zoning, because it is such it's a specialized niche area. If you look at an analogy in prosecution, you have defense attorneys who solely practice in the area of drunk driving, and they become specialized in that particular area. And I think that's what zoning is and has become and will be going into the future, because it is such a specialized area. My concern, if it got put with just economic development, is who's going to be sort of the overseer, or someone if it ended up being Heidi could go to. I mean, I would hope they would go to me, and I'm no expert in it, but I've become more and more conversant in it. And, there's times when I talk to Wayne and Heidi multiple times a week about zoning, and there's times where I don't talk to them for periods of time. But I think we need to take that into consideration. And then another thing, and I know maybe Wayne and I have talked about it at one point in time, and maybe it's been brought up in here as well, but in my mind, zoning at times sort of parallels the sanitation side, and they both sort of go, they're doing different things, but they're sort of looking in a similar area. So I don't know what Wayne's thoughts on that particular thought or idea are. Because for the sanitation side, for example, lagoons, the practice is different, but it's the same. You have to go through an application process. Notice gets sent out to that resident, and then there's an inspection and different things that go on. So I think you need to probably think of the two of them. But economic development, as you said, would be a good idea. You get the two together, who oversees what happens with the zoning part. And if it's not done right, then you have potential legal recourse against the county, and maybe you're thinking of that at the same time. I was told at one point in time it was under the county attorney's office. I don't know exactly when, but not to say that that's.
Didn't I just hear you a minute ago say something about you would be willing to do that? When you said that,
I heard him whisper something back here.
that's kind of the way I read that, but maybe I'm wrong.
I'm the man.
I think it's important enough that there are some legal eyes that go over it, and, you know, I've been confident in what I've seen come through to this point, that it's done the right way, and if there are issues, then Wayne or Heidi or both will get a hold of me. We've got some sort of interesting twist going on with some properties in the county that we've been going back and forth on for sometime last year, but you need to make sure whatever happens that you have someone with some legal eyes go over what's happening when necessary. Heidi does a good job of getting a hold of me when she has those concerns. Wayne does a good job of getting a hold of me when we have those concerns. And sometimes when they get pulled into other things, we end up having to get some outside help and assistance to pull us through. So,
But it wouldn't matter where you put them, they still will have to have that legal advice with you. So as far as putting them in economic development or whatever that might be, that's still, they're still gonna have to have legal advice with you, whether it's down at Road and Bridge or whether they're out landfill, no matter where they're at, that would be.
I just want to make sure wherever they end up, that whoever they're working with, or whoever their department head would be, would know that they need to go elsewhere to get the kind of things reviewed, and maybe that wouldn't be an issue, but I want to make sure that it still operates that way, so we don't end up in a situation where we're reacting instead of being proactive. And to sort of answer your concern about it being such a maze that is what I characterize it as, that people have to go through. I mean, there's a number of different counties and communities all across the state, all across the country, that you have to go through and jump through very similar hoops to get to the end result. And part of the reason why it's uniform, everybody has to do it. So nobody's being treated any differently, and there are certain rules and regulations. So you don't have someone come in with a unique or similar situation and they get treated differently. Everybody has to do the same thing. And is it a pain? And does it seem like it's unfair or too much? Maybe, but in certain instances, and maybe all instances, it should be, because to plant back at the beginning of time.
I agree. I mean, you just can't have stuff getting thrown up just because that's, what they want to do. But I mean, the work that she is doing for the individuals that's trying to bring business into this county is crazy on the amount you know, and her and Wayne both do an excellent job. The board, I guess, does an excellent job, you know, but it just, it would be discouraging to an individual to have to do all that themselves if they have her there.
Agreed.
Do it 90% of it.
With that being said, though, a lot of counties have what they call incentives for businesses coming in, whether it be a tax break or.
That's where you tie economic development.
Exactly. Or you get the neighborhood revitalization notes, what is that called? Anyway,
Not too much on that one, but
yeah, not steering away from what you're trying to do, but yeah, that's what a lot of counties do, is just offer incentives for that business to come, because it is such a pain.
if I may, just a suggestion, is not necessarily have a single department head in charge of those activities. So I don't want to speak out of turn for Lindsay or her group, health department, because Maryland's in her group. Okay, so I don't want to speak out of turn. But there is some of that where the zoning basically is filling out the forms that are part of the zoning book that you approved and such as that. There's forms that Maryland needs to fill out basically for applications to put up waste. There is some of that where some cross-training can merge, but to be able to do what the sanitarian, there's a lot of certifications that person would need to have, and you're not going to be able to, either one, you're going to grow it, or two, you're going to consult it. That's the only way that you're going to be able to handle the sanitarian position. You're not going to grab it from, zoning per se, unless they already have those skill sets. And there's degrees behind it and such as that. So there's going to be some of that. So what I'm proposing is basically a subgroup. You don't have one department head. You have economic development. You already have a department head for that. I assume that you had hired somebody. So you have an economic development. You have zoning, and then you have, which currently right now it is in the health department, but you have the sanitarian. You can actually have those three people doing those individual jobs. Still, basically, one is they can work with themselves. That's the subgroup. They could work among themselves as equals, sharing information, seeing what they can do to help folks, and then individuals come back to the commission. You are their department head. Is to say, okay, what's going on? And then at that point, they give you that report. They always work with the county attorney. I mean, every step of the way, from economic development of how we can make things work for the county, from sanitation or even zoning. They always work with the county attorney. They work that way, but you don't have necessarily one department head, which you probably didn't hire the economic development to say, now you're going to be charged with these other two people, but rather to hire somebody to say, I want you three groups or you three department heads in your own departments, which are only single employees anyway. They don't have other employees. They're just having something. I want you guys to work together and basically make this work. Then I want you to report to us.
Well, when
Here's an idea.
you do that, you're leaving out too, because if you come, like Jess said, you come apply for a new position, you don't want to go to those places. You also got to go to emergency management. That's another requirement, a stop you have to make along the way.
Mhm.
So it's an overall, it's a county deal overall. It's not just one or two little departments. So,
And that's where they go back to you, Bob. I mean, that's where
That's
they always basically report back to the commission.
right, I mean, I don't know what the answer is. The answer is if we could get Wade on the stick and get a new system, courthouse built, then we could have a room and we could just stick those people we've listed in it. And that's it.
Does it have bars on it?
Well, then the new courthouse would just segue right into the new consultant book. So it segue right into that.
Placement of her in the courthouse will require some thinking and strategizing in the room.
Okay, so with that, not to leave it open, but you had a suggestion I was not aware of, basically on the appraiser's side. If there's an office there, then is that something that we would kind of work towards having a position? Are we basically agreeing to have the zoning administrator work within the courthouse or move towards the courthouse. Then we just have to visit.
I just think it takes I need more time thinking on this.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna rush into one way
Yeah.
or another.
Right, no, I don't have any motions or anything like that.
But do it,
So-
so we would vote on it.
There's nothing wrong with it, nothing wrong with evaluating all the opportunities out there.
Right,
And I didn't realize there was extra space available in the treasurer's office, but you've also gonna have to select somebody she's gonna report, her or him's gonna report to.
In our opinion, there's extra room in there, but it might not be in someone else's.
And that's it. I mean,
So,
there used to be 2 people in an office, there's only been 1, and there's a back room.
Well, if there's 5,000 feet in it, just so to speak, there's only 2 people in it, there's gonna be room for it. They're just gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah.
And they don't
But anyway,
get along.
that was just other
I can wear a
opportunities.
shirt together,
okay.
get a long shirt.
Well, then, to move that one forward, would you mind me contacting Connie and then having her here for the next meeting? And then we can talk about, room capabilities. And then keep moving that one forward. And then that way it gives you some ideas to say, yes, we do want somebody here or we want the zoning in the courthouse, or no, we don't. But then it also gives you an opportunity to say, okay, how are we gonna basically, manage that position? Are we gonna manage it as the commission, or are we gonna manage it under a department head, per se? So, 2 things to think about, and then we can continue that discussion. I'll bring Connie in and see what a room of capability would be, if that would be okay to move forward.
I don't know, probably requires further discussion on all of us as far as what we want to do before we go get too many people involved.
Yeah.
Okay?
In my opinion only. I don't know what the
I
rest
think
think.
you're right. Until we decide what we want to do, I don't think there's any reason to pursue other outside people.
Yeah,
Well,
I think it's a direction we need to go, but we just need to be assured, prepared that
okay.
before we start setting a lot of fires.
Well, with that then, I'll let you have that discussion. You'll have your roundtable at the end of the day. And then, let me know what you'd like me to keep moving forward on.
Okay.
The next one would be, and I asked the sheriff, you asked me to create a Wayne's World, meeting. So, I did that. So I contacted a few folks. Do we need to do break?
that's what I was gonna ask, if anybody wanted to break.
If
I
Wayne,
don't know how much more time you need.
15 minutes?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll just go ahead.
Well, if you're talking another hour and a half here, then we probably ought to take a break, but you only got 15
You
minutes.
stop me when you want. Because I know when I gotta,
Everybody else is comfortable. So
okay.
we got cookies, so we're not gonna starve to death.
No, okay, all right, well, lay off the water for a little bit and, we'll try to get this through in 15 minutes. So what I'd like to do is actually have that discussion about the salary. Now, there was a couple things, and, watch the YouTube, is to say, okay, was there anything more? We had our department head meeting. It was my understanding that Lisa had answered all the questions that was basically asked in the department head meeting. Wade had asked for the department heads to send up questions via email, to which we did, and then each one of them were read. I believe that she had either answered them at that point or got something back and answered all the questions that came up. I don't recall anything that really sidetracked the study that I can recall. I mean, of course, once again, I consider it to be like a shotgun blast. You're going to get most of the BBs in the target. You're going to get a few on the outside. You're not going to satisfy 100%. But if we're trying to do April 1, visiting with Angie as well, she's going to need some time. I mean, the CIC, all the programming, as we talked about here last week, you're going to need to run that GHOST program, make sure things run. It's going to take a little bit of time to be able to do this. There are a few things that she's asking to consider. I'm not saying that you have to make that decision today, but you definitely could, you move towards that. And I think the first thing to move forward on would be to say, okay, where are we going to place our employees so we can have April 1 for our salaries? to be correct on the program. And that's where I'm asking that we would move forward onto it. One of the first comments that was made from the salary was, we're within 2 to 3% of market for the most part. And I believe some people tagged in on that. They said, okay, well, you're within 2 to 3%. So what is really the question? There was a couple outliers. But what really was the question was that the other part of the salary survey was to say, okay, how are we managing our employees? When you take a look, and one of the comments that she had reported too, Road and Bridge is we have a disparity as far as people being able to move up in positions. So one of the things I have is in my blocks on the highway department is I have a driver, equipment operator, landfill operator, section blade, and tradesman, all paid in the same group. Okay, she did a market survey in the book that you can see that basically broke out these groups. They weren't just all in these blocks. They broke out. They were looking at how many counties was it? 20-some counties that we had?
There's 24 entities in 17 counties in that 24.
So she was looking at all these other counties to say, okay, how are you guys doing it to manage the questions, the concerns, the advancements, the salaries that the county employees are having? And I'm like, okay, I thought she did an excellent job. Now, some people may disagree, but I'll also say too, there's another key aspect on this, is to say that go back and do a review in 2 years. You're not going to get everybody to be happy, but if you come back and say, let's use this framework that we currently were given, that we paid for, this expert, and let's use it. Let's see basically how it's working. And then in 2 years, be open to ideas if there are going to be slight changes, but at least be open to those ideas. The thing that we can do on this, a person says, well, where do you place your employees? Well, one of the comments that we had at the very beginning of it is we don't want to have our employees lose money. That's one of the things we said. We don't want them to lose money, but we want to put them back at market value as much as possible. Well, she set up a system that has 0 to 15 steps or 1 to 15 steps that you actually, if you start out at number 10, you're going to have 5 more steps to go, okay? But if you start at number 15, you have no place else to go, but that's your market rate too. I mean, you're going to have, once again, you're going to have some of those BBs that are just outside the target, so you're not going to have everybody satisfied. The 1 to 15 is also basically based on years of experience. So you see number 5. Number 5 is basically what your market value is as far as being able to do that job. And then each year of experience, you basically move up. But just like anything, we've got to start from somewhere. And so on this is I'm asking to go ahead and let's just move forward to start from somewhere. So if somebody's making, say, $15 an hour, we find the work group that they come in. Okay, say they're a driver or something like that. They're making $15 an hour, regardless of how many years of experience that they have. If we come back to say, we're not going to dock you on pay, but if you're making $15 an hour and the closest step is, and which I think we've had this discussion before, if the closest step is $15.10, then we put them at $15.10, and that's where you start. That's where the salary starts for you. Now, the benefit of this is the first one's going to be taking that first bite of approving the salary. Then after that, as you saw in my motions, I have 4 employees that I'll be bringing on. I'll be bringing them on the new salary study. And every new employee then comes in line with the salary study. And that's what we're trying to do. In my opinion, that's
Unified, something unified.
yes, something that basically is manageable. Then it gives, instead of having those 5 people or 5 work groups all in one block, now I can move somebody up. Say they wanted to take from they were an equipment operator and they wanted to move up to a tradesman. Now they can move up to a tradesman and actually be paid more at the market value of what that position is. So I'm asking to go ahead and move forward. Now, a person says, well, Wayne, how do you do this? Because there's things we need to consider in here. I'm asking if you would direct the department heads to say, I want you to take your people within this salary study, and I want you to take what their wages are, and I want you to come in conformance with what this is, and then bring it back to us for our review so we can pass it on to Angie. So Angie can start, she needs to know what these people are gonna make. Now I'm gonna shut up for just a minute and let the sheriff and our county clerk visit about this too, because that was part of the Wayne's World Committee.
Well, let me say one thing first.
Okay.
You're saying a lot, but I've been to all these meetings, and I've never, we as a commission have never discussed any of this stuff. It seems like it's department heads are discussing it all the time, but we as a commission have never discussed any of this stuff. I think we're doing it a little bit wrong. I think the commission needs to be able to be in on this discussion, since we're the ones that's gonna be making it, instead of everyone else coming in and then throwing their thing out, trying to pitch it to us to be doing this. As far as I know, the last thing I knew is that department head was gonna get with, send a question to Wade. That's the last I knew about this. We as a commission, I think we're being left out of the picture. And we're the ones that's gonna be voting on it when it's said and done. So maybe we needs to be us discussing things before other people come into the conversation. I'm not sure.
And that's where I had started here last week, was to ask that you would discuss it to be able to keep moving forward. And I'm just continuing to bring up ideas to be able to move forward. So I would like our county sheriff to visit with you just a little bit.
Morning.
Morning.
So again, first of all, to answer the statement that Bob made, we're not doing anything to try to undermine the commission. We believed that that's what we were supposed to do. You wanted our input on what needed to be done. Of course, let me finish, Bob. So as of the 11th day of January, when I got sworn in, and again, my transition 2 weeks prior to that, what I understood was that Lisa was gonna give her recommendations, and by the time I took office, you would have those recommendations from Lisa. And that then it was your decision what part of it you took or you didn't take. You could X out whatever portion you didn't want or whatever. All we're trying to do is say, we're here and we're ready. If this is what you want to implement, then please tell us you're going to implement it so we can get the information back to you, because I wouldn't want to be Angie and get this sent to my office on April 1st, and then her come back and say, well, sorry guys, we can't give these, step increases or raises, whatever you might say, because we gave it to her at the last minute. We are not trying to undermine you whatsoever. We're just trying to be proactive in what we thought you wanted us to do. So that's why we've sat and talked as department heads to try to get information for you. We're not trying to sway you in any way.
And I don't think you're trying to undermine it. That wasn't my point. My point is, we haven't discussed anything as a commission.
Then that would be my question,
That's,
sir.
why haven't we?
That's right. That's my question.
That's,
Well, to my knowledge, why we haven't is, and not trying to throw Wade under the bus, but you were meeting with department heads and getting questions answered, and basically the way I interpreted it was that once Wade got questions answered from department heads and everybody was content, and he would advise us whether we're moving forward or whether we need to change something, or forgive me if I'm not speaking correctly, but I thought that was, we haven't.
So the reason why the department head meeting was to take place is for department heads to bring up issues that they had regarding something in the study, whether it would be an employee position and where they were within the new proposed salary structure, or whether it was something else. That's what that meeting was about. That's what happened, and time's getting away from me now, but I thought after the following week, I came before the board and I said that meeting occurred, and those issues that had been discussed, and it was back in the commission's hand, and I see Tim shaking his head up and down. So I think the intent of what that meeting was took place, and now maybe it sounds like there's some miscommunication along the way.
Well, and that's probably, I misinterpreted or just didn't understand completely, I guess. So, I mean, so every department is on board with this salary study and ready to move forward.
But,
I mean, we got 1, 2, 3 department heads speaking now, saying they're ready to move forward and that they need, and she does need more time. I do not doubt that at all, that it probably won't be an easy transfer.
Another
I know
department.
what, yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is everybody else on board. If everybody else on board, then yes, we ought to have a discussion and we ought to send it.
I'm not gonna speak for every department head, because I think there's some that still have some concerns with placement and other issues contained within the recommendations, but I mean, at the end of the day, that's a decision for the board to make. I just wanted the time and opportunity for that discussion and dialogue to take place with Lisa, who was the one that put it together. Questions were asked of me that I couldn't answer because it's not the subject matter area that I'm comfortable with, and I don't know all the ins and outs of what goes on behind the scenes. So that's why we had that meeting, and I thought the conversation was productive during that meeting with the department heads to answer any outstanding questions, and there were some things that needed to kind of take place behind the scenes. For example, Sheriff can correct me if I'm wrong, there was something that had been brought up by the prior sheriff about a wage rate change in Lyon County and how that would potentially affect something in Coffee County. But I wasn't a part of that conversation, and I think that conversation.
See, I remember hearing that too, so that's why I thought everything was still kind of on hold and we're just still.
Sure, but the overall, excuse me, the overall structure and design of what was presented has not changed. Now, if there is something to be presented and wages need to be modified or changed in any way, then that's a different thing. But you have the template and the blueprint of how to move forward. From this point forward, if the board discusses it, says, all right, we're gonna move forward, then those figures, whether they need to be modified or not, tap back into Lisa, say, has anything changed? But what it looks like in that salary structure, that's not changed, I don't think.
And that's page 48 on your book.
I mean, isn't that what you?
All I'm proposing, all I'm asking is you have the department heads go to page 48. And it's just one of the pages, and you're looking at it right there. It's basically, go to the department heads, we fill out the CP5 that we fill out every year. And it basically shows what the employee's current wage is and what their new wage is gonna be. That's the same thing. Just find them in their category, show them what their current wage is, and then on this chart is go back to that criteria. 1, we don't lower their wage. 2, we find the closest one basically gets to their wage. That's by using this chart. Then submit it. Then basically submit it to Angie. Then at that point, you can basically say anything greater than 10% has to be reviewed. It has to be isolated or something like that. And then then each department head would have to validate how or why that wage changed significantly. Otherwise, it basically stays within the criteria that Lisa's already set up. Then there's other aspects in the study. She was talking about salary folks as far as having vacation. She was talking about other few things that could still be basically discussed later. But to be able to get Angie the information she needs to be able to put in that computer program, be able to find out what the wages are.
I agree that it's gonna take some time for her to get, her office to get it accomplished. Again, I thought we were on hold because of some questionable salaries and this and that and the other weren't quite answered yet, so.
For the department, I understood, the department head was gonna meet and with Wade, and then Wade was gonna be the head person on that and visit back with Lisa. And that communication has probably taken place that I don't know of any significant changes, or I haven't heard of any significant changes on what the original proposal is. So my feeling is probably, if there isn't any significant changes, we probably need to have a meeting, whether it's here or executive to start with, that, have a meeting and move forward, maybe as quickly as we can. So that's not saying we need to accept this as proposed, either all or part or not at all. And we've got some decisions to make, and they're important decisions to make here. And we're talking about a projection of 15 years. Yes, it can be reviewed every 2 years, or every year, but if you try to review something every 2 years, you're gonna come into issue after issue after issue. But, and I really don't like to be tied to a 15-year deal either, but the old one's tied to a 12-year structure. So the county's been tied to the payroll structure since 1995, whenever it was remodeled. So, but it sounds like, Mr. Chairman, that maybe the department heads have got their answers resolved, maybe not fully to their satisfaction, and maybe it is time to sit down and evaluate what direction we're gonna be going.
As far as I'm concerned, I mean, I've read over this. I mean, when we, like I say, we started, we pretty much said we'd agree with whatever came down the pike and proceed, but then there got to be some questions. And again, I apologize for part of the holdup, but I swore there's still some questions to be answered, so.
Angie, when this goes into effect, how long is it gonna take you to adjust it as far as getting it into effect?
Well, I estimated at the most probably 2 months, but I'm working with CIC. They've been contacting me weekly to find out where we're at, and I keep telling them, keep our ticket open, we're still on hold, we're still waiting to see which direction we're going, if there's any direction we're going, because I didn't know what you guys had decided. So, and if it does go over 2 months, then there's gonna be another payroll in the middle there. So, you know, definitely we'll do our best to do it as quickly as we can, but we also want it to be accurate because it affects everyone's payroll. And so as far as what portion you guys want to accept or don't want to accept, if any of it, you know, that's totally up to you, but I just know if you're making it effective April 1, we are under a timeline unless you're going to extend that date. Again,
I don't know why we couldn't extend the date. I mean, again, I would have to apologize to department heads because I thought there were some more questions to be answered. But if Wade's been back in communication with Lisa since the department head meeting, she sees no call for any changes. You see no call for any changes. I'm content. I don't know about the rest of it.
I think there may be minor changes within, but nothing that's gonna keep things from moving forward. I mean, one of the big things is this going to the wayside, and is the board adopting the new salary structure, which I think that's
See, that's one of my concerns too. I just, sitting here as a commissioner, I kind of feel like that everybody's been working on this and deciding what to do, except the commission. And we've been sitting here, and I feel like we've been sitting here wanting answers, waiting for answers from things to come, but we haven't been getting them. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. I just feel like that somehow the commission's been left out, whether we've left ourselves out or whether we've told other people, here, you do this and go with it. I think this commission itself needs to have a good, long conversation and kind of go through all this stuff and take a look at it. And what is really going on with it? And what Wade just said, do we, personally, I think it was the wrong way. I like what we had. I'm not sure that the extra steps shouldn't have been put in between what we had instead of this, but I've never been in a meeting or anywhere, an opportunity to ever be able to say anything like that. So I guess those are the types of things that I'm saying. And I appreciate the work all these department heads and stuff have done. It's just that I'm one of them that's going to have to make the decision, and I just feel like I don't have any information on it.
So the other component that's going on behind the scenes is the HR audit, and,
Also, not to interrupt you, but I thought we were waiting on that as well, so.
and we are waiting on that, and without going into, some personal items that deal with Lisa, there is a reason why there is delay, and I'm not, if she wants to bring that before the board and tell the board what's happening, then that's her own thing that can be done, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna say that there is a legitimate reason that it has not been provided to the board, and I was just advised because I was curious about the same thing, because I said it would be at the end of January, which was what originally had been told to me. But when Lisa comes to present, and it shouldn't be much longer, it will be up to her whether she wants to fill the board in on what the delay was. And that's all I'll say about that.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if we were gonna hear from her. I mean, I know I was out for a while, but whether we was gonna hear from her on any changes maybe that she wanted to recommend, or any changes that anybody else wanted. Me, I'm content.
You might hear from her, because she will come and present on the HR audit side. Similar to the way she presented on the compensation study, she will come in and put it into PowerPoint and present, so the board's aware of what the recommendations are, or what the findings are related to that particular issue. Now, within the compensation study, there are a number of policy changes, which, if those are to be adopted, then that will take some modification to the policy manual. In addition, if there's going to be changes to the salary structure, that will also encompass some changes to the policy manual. So,
That goes hand in hand.
it all goes hand in hand, and there probably needs to be a committee of some sort that can be a part of that. I mean, I can do it and then reframe it to you, but I think having the input and feedback from employees or other department heads to, like, they feel like they're a part of it as well. I think that would be important, but that's just me.
I guess, but can this be divided up? In other words, if it's important that we do with the salary study, can we do it only past that part of it? If that's what we do, because there's some other compensation things that I'm guarantee you I'm totally against.
The beauty of it is, because you're the final word, the board is, you can pick all of it, part of it, or none of it. So if you only want to adopt the salary structure, then you can do that and deal with the rest later. I mean, it's entirely up to you what you want to move forward with, what you don't, what you want to start with now and discuss later.
The salary part's the most complex for the clerk's office, would be my guess.
Yep.
I mean, that's the most complex part of it all, as far as changes being made in the computers and this, that, and the other, so.
So the first issue in my mind would be if you're comfortable with the salary part of it only, and that would be that chart that goes through and kind of reclassifies, puts people in categories, that part of it, then I would suggest that be what you entertain first and foremost, because if that is changing, that is going to take the most time, and the clerk's office will need to at least be able to start, have CIC structure, whatever that new program is going to look like, and it will probably have some issues, kind of like Wayne said, you run that ghost program first and catch it before somebody's paycheck comes out. We have every employee in the county with the same issue, and then it has to be redone, and then you end up with do it now and be proactive. The rest of it can be dealt with later.
What's a master deputy sheriff? that you?
Just that next level, sir, just another level.
One below you.
No, sir. A master deputy has to have, for example, 5 years of experience, has to have additional certifications. It's just the next level to them up and over.
Okay. I mean, I'm flying in on this towards the tail end of it.
Right.
So I feel like a wounded turtle there with no tail feathers.
I'm just beginning, I feel.
You know, I see there's some professional names that's been added to maybe justify wage. Probably, I don't know. From a taxpayer sitting on the outside looking in when this was all started, the way I understood it was a wage study was to see if Coffee County was in line with other counties with the positions that were available. I didn't realize it was turning out to be a whole new wage scale for the county employees, you know. From sitting here, you know, something needs to get done pretty quick, so the clerk's office can get this going. I would hate to be a part of that task. I think we sit around and wait for things too long, and I've only been here for a month, so I think we need to get stuff done and keep rolling, or throw it in the trash can and move on. That's the only two options.
You as an outsider, and I agree with you as, I guess, an insider, the exact same thing. I thought the wage study was determine whether we were appropriate in our wages. And I'm like you, it has developed into a catastrophe, in my opinion, of what it is. We have changed. I mean, we've gone way beyond what I thought when we improved this, we were going to get. I thought it was going to be fairly simple. Our employees are either making fair wages or they're not. If they're not, what do we need to do to make them there? And I remember one of the things was that most of our employees were making fair. And one of the big questions was probably a lot of people were going to be pros. I don't see any freezing going on. Just like Wayne said, we don't take them $15, let's take them to $15.10. We got to remember, people, we work for the taxpayers. And our taxpayers are the ones that pay all these salaries. Yes, we have to pay decent salaries, but we also, I just feel like that we've got to look out at the taxpayers also on this too. And I think that every one of our employees should be making what they should be making as far as a fair salary and so forth. But I'm not sure that instead of everything being bumped up, maybe something should be pros or something should be bumped down one bit. Personally, what I seen is, this is my opinion, and I'm sorry that Lisa isn't here to defend herself, but I see that we, instead of taking and making salaries equal to what our present employees are and what their job descriptions are, this study has taken the salaries and then rewritten job descriptions to meet the salaries. Tom?
There may be a little bit of that, Bob, and there's bound to be a little bit of it, but the job descriptions technically probably won't change that much. They did change titles to glorify the titles a little bit, Jesse. You're totally right. In my opinion, they're totally right. The salary or the job description of the title for their job has been glorified just a little bit in certain areas. And there's no question the study ended up being more detailed than what I expected. But once you review all of it, and I've been working with salaries all my life, and I absolutely don't have all the answers, and there's never going to be a perfect fit. Nothing's going to be perfect fit for every employee. It just don't happen. I don't care what it's this or what it may be, but you know, for every step they go through now, it's every year instead of every 2 until they top out. Well, it used to be 10 years, now it's 15 years. And every step in here's got a 2.5% increase in wages every year if they earn the step. And of course, that'll be up to the department head to advance them or not. In 99% of the cases, that'll happen. In the last 15 years, the CPI, the commission has increased their wages 30% in the last 15 years, an average of 2%. So if you look at it, and if we would continue with something somewhere in that ballpark, plus 2.5% on the steps, that's a 4.5% increase every year. And anybody that's making 21.40 an hour, which after this is in place for 1 year, anybody making 21.40 an hour, at the end of next year, 80 of our employees will be getting an increase of over $2,000 a year. To me, that's probably excessive. Whether it's right or wrong, you know, those are debatable questions. There's no way to put a study like this together that's perfect. I don't like percentage increase for employees. You've heard me say that before. And we went 30 cents an hour effective January 1st. Is that the way we need to do it every year? I'm not going to say. That's what I've always been around. I don't like percentages because your gaps on starting wages compared to the gaps at 15 years in this, the top and the bottom, they're $10,000 further ahead on group number 65. And you have the 2% CPI into it, it really expands that out. So I don't know. If we adopt this, the cost of this to the taxpayers for one time is $80,000. But $80,000 is next year. It's that 80 is in there every year. So you can argue so many different ways and still not come up to a satisfactory agreement to satisfy everybody. I don't know what the answer is, Tom, and Wade and Wayne.
I don't know what the answer is either, but all I know is what taxpayers are talking to me about and my employees are talking to me about is they're saying, you guys paid for this. This was before I came here or Tim came here, whoever, you know, Jesse. But you guys paid for this. And it's hard for me to believe that you're sitting here in an open meeting saying you didn't know what you were asking Lisa to do. You paid her to do a job. And I'm sure that you asked Lisa, look, come on, guys. You paid for this. The taxpayers paid for this. And now, what are we saying? We're telling our employees, it's still sending commissioners, we're sorry, we're trying to bring it up. Well, how long has this sorry study been turned in? I know how long it's been turned in. Lisa told me, I spoke to her last week. That's all I'm saying is, please don't sit there and say, we don't know this. Don't bring the, you know, you paid Lisa. This county paid her.
When did Lisa get this handed to her? How long ago?
You mean the beginning of it, Tim?
Yes.
I'm not sure when the beginning date was.
It's been way too long ago.
Yeah,
I'll put it
Say
that way.
April.
It was last year.
Then the
It would have
COVID
been
shut
April.
down.
And she said that she needs 6 to 8 months to complete it. She thought it would be completed by October, and I think we ended up getting it, mid-November?
Then
Over a
COVID
year.
came along and department heads had problems and when department had meetings and now it's come to where we're sitting on our thumbs and I don't think we're sitting on our thumbs. So personally, the last I knew, there was questions that need to be answered on the dispatcher, the jailers, and making sure everybody's content with this. I said from the beginning, we said when we started this, that no matter what the outcome was, nobody was gonna take a pay cut, and we would take the salaries that were presented and go.
All right.
And that's what I've been sitting here wanting to do. So I don't know what the rest of y'all wanna do. I know it came about and everybody, department heads and several people have problems with it. Well, I guess the problems are resolved, so.
To me, it looks like we had issues with the old system. That's the reason Lisa was hired.
Just, there's 2 salary studies done in-house that nobody really quite agreed with. Just meant the other one had to pay too high, one had to pay too low. That's why we hired a professional company to do a salary study. And I remember when we started it, we said, when it was done, nobody would take a pay cut. We would accept what was presented and go. Now, if you don't like policy changes, let's don't do policy changes. But we'll take the salary and roll. If the jailers don't need extra money, that was the last question that I remember hearing from Mr. Rogers before he left, and I know you came in on the tail end of it, Tom, but, I mean, if you're saying you're comfortable, then hell, let's go.
I guess what I'm saying, and please, don't take me wrong, I'm not mad at anybody here, you know, it's just the people are asking me the same questions they're asking you, and my employees are. You know, they're saying that, like I said, I'm not gonna be dead horse, they're saying, county commission paid for this, how much did it cost, you know, to have this done? And then they're still sitting there, and I'm not saying you were saying that.
Again,
You-
I
you got
have
issues.
swore there were still questions to be answered, and
I
I
understand, Tom.
was waiting to hear those answers.
Please don't take this wrong, I'm just saying that.
I'm
that's the
taking it
question
all
you're having.
wrong evidently, because
I'm
I'm
not
not
pushing this
sitting
on
there
the
on my
commission.
palms.
I'm not pushing this on the commission. All I'm saying is that the salary study's done, just please make a decision whether, what you're gonna take out.
It was done months ago, and a lot of departments had problems with it, so that's
I
why it went
understand,
to Wade, and then Wade had
I understand.
meetings, and then this person had meetings, and that person had meetings, and here now we are, basically being, whatever you wanna call it, for not approving it yet. When I thought there were still questions to be answered.
I understand.
I'm
So that's all-
not sitting on
that's-
my
I'm
hands.
not saying you are. All I'm saying
ready to
is
go.
that we're here now. Again, there's just four of us. I'm just saying that we're here because we thought you wanted us to move ahead and bring you those answers to those questions. If you're gonna approve it, approve it. If you're gonna take out portions of it, do whatever's gotta be done, but I gotta ask, I'm an elected official just like you are. And so that's all I'm saying is when people start asking me questions, I want you to know the questions are being asked. And so when Wayne talks to me, that's what we're here. We're not here to accuse this commission of sitting on their laurels and not working. We're just trying to say, we're up to date now with what you asked us to do. Please move forward. That's all I'm asking.
Tom, if we start making exceptions and change 3 employees to this category or this group, then the next bunch of people want to, well, if they're changing 3, why don't you change my category? If you change it, it's a no-win situation. There's no
I'm not
question.
arguing
And
that.
we do have a study in position, and that's what we asked for. And I
All
don't
I'm
fully
saying
agree
is
with
that there's
everything.
many issues in that study.
Yeah.
Vacation time, you know,
That
whatever it
could
may be.
be, that could be addressed a little bit later. This here needs to be taken care of.
I think it all needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
I mean, make a decision of what you want to nix and what you want to keep in, and let's just move forward.
I personally like the ideas of the steps. I like it extended out a little further, people not topping out for 4 or 5 years. I like that because you're gonna keep people around. You're gonna keep good employees around.
It's just like Wayne said, there's going to be people, I've got people in my department that are maxed out. They've been here, we got a great number of employees and they stay here and the longevity's here. And they're going to be maxed out.
They're looking for a better job that's gonna pay them more money down the road, I'll guarantee you that.
Sometimes. But we've got great employees here that have been here 15, 18, 20 years in my department. And they're staying here for a reason, because it's a great place to work, it's got great benefits, and it's got a good salary. They're gonna stay. That you can't, at some point, when you make $50 an hour, you're never gonna make more than $50 an hour. You're gonna max out eventually. Everybody understands that. But the point is, right now, we're in this limbo. And that's what's hurting, is the limbo. That's all we're asking, is to move forward and make decisions, whatever it may be. Whether you, like Bob said, whether you throw it on the trash can, or whether you approve it, all we want you to do is move forward. And we're not, please, Tom, if I came to you this, I apologize. I did not want to come to you saying that this is your fault. It's just, we're bringing to you what we were asked.
Kind of felt that way.
I'm sorry, because I didn't want to be that way. Wayne asked me to come here, tell you my opinion on things, and that's why I'm here.
I feel the county spent way more money than what should have ever justified for something like this in 2 studies prior to it than this one. Something better come out of it, or there's gonna be a bunch of,
That's why the agreement was made, when we started this in April, when this was done, we were gonna do it, nobody was gonna be cutting pay, and we were gonna move on. Again, it started out with a discussion about, well, why am I only gonna move this far, this and that and the other, and department heads have problems, and this and that and the other. I'm ready to move. I've been ready to move.
Going back to the beginning, and as has been mentioned several times, there were 2 prior internal salary studies that had been done, one by the commission, one by employees. Nobody was happy. it still continued.
That's why we hired a professional company to do this, and that's what we agreed to. Basically, everybody stood up there upstairs and agreed, whatever the outcome of this was, nobody would take a pay cut. We would accept this and move forward. And again, it got halted by other people than us. And now here we are. So,
So I'm just trying to kind of get, for maybe Tim and Jesse's benefit, who wasn't here, or who weren't here at the time. So those two prior studies, there continued to be internal issues within the county about internal equity and pay, who got paid what, and how things were, for lack of better wording, unfair. So the suggestion was made to bring in an outside entity who does this for a living. There were several, a request for a proposal was put together, and that was presented to all the commissioners. A lot of what's in the final document was mentioned in that RFP. So if we go back and look at the RFP, some of it, there may be a little bit more in addition, but it's not anything that it should be a surprise to anybody.
no, it
And then
was
in
not.
addition, there were presentations made about what a detailed salary compensation study would look like and what the end results would be. And then that's the work product that ultimately we have received. Now, there may be a little bit more, because when you go into and analyze what the existing structure looks like for a county, what may be needed here to make things work the way they should, might be different than what Atchison County would need or some other county. The job description part of it and changing, sort of modifying and adjusting that, was to adjust each position into where they should fit within, so that they meet market. And if you look at the county attorney's office, for example, there was some modification and moving around and changing. And that was done because that's what needed to happen based on what Lisa looked into. Now, do I agree with all of it? No, but I think that she put in a lot of time and effort into this salary study, and whether you adopt it or not, that's up to you. But I don't think what the work product is that you have in your hands right now should be a surprise. I've been the point of contact this whole time. She's done exactly what was requested of her.
Yep.
And
It's not a surprise to me. I assumed we would be above or at what we should be paying our employees.
So the ultimate.
And that's where we're
Which we
at.
are.
Which we are. So why can't we adopt it? And it, like I say, it just, we had some department heads that weren't happy with this, or some department heads weren't happy with that. That's why you had the department head meetings. I've been ready to move forward since I
But they
seen
haven't
it.
been, but they haven't been happy with the old policy for some
I've been
time.
ready to move forward since I seen
Ever
this
since the 4
salary
years
study.
I've been on there, and it tops out at 10 years or 12, however you want to look at it. I don't know how many of our employees are topped out now, but currently, in this new study, if we adopt it, there's probably 15 or 20 employees there that'll top out in 2 or 3 years, because they're starting out at a pretty high level. They're starting out at M anyway. But, you know, we could sit here for 2 hours or 3 hours, and we're not gonna be any further along than what we are
No,
right now. Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion that we move ahead and adopt the salary study.
on the
But the
wages.
benefit package, I think we need to reevaluate a little bit of it
and
on
that's- that's-
vacation.
That's fine.
on the vacation and on vacation, sick leave, and some other deal. But I'm gonna go ahead and move that we adopt
The wages.
the wage study as presented. I've spent, I don't know how many hours on this, and I've still got issues up and down.
And you will have.
But I'm gonna move that we adopt the wage study as presented.
Any further discussion?
Should there be a date put in there?
Well,
April 1st, which would be, to me,
I don't think that's enough time.
well, it wouldn't take effect until April 1st. So they got 2.5, got 2 months, we have 2 months about.
One,
Yeah,
Yeah, this is.
yeah, 1 month.
We'd have March and April to get it in, because it wouldn't affect the check until April 30th.
right,
So you've got 2 months to put it in.
You
Not
can,
long enough.
you can get back with us on that.
You can get back.
let me talk to CIC this week and we'll see what things look like and then we'll go from there.
I mean, 'cause
I know
I
it's
don't
gonna
want,
take, I know it's gonna take some time, Angie. I'm fully aware that we got 150 new salaries to put in there. Hopefully, once you get started on that, that'll roll along pretty quick, but
I don't wanna see it rushed in on
Yeah.
once you got glitches. and
we gotta make
issues.
sure it's done correctly, which I know it will be.
So do you want to leave the date off? Or do you want to go ahead and say effective April 1st?
I don't think leaving the date off is good.
No,
Well,
I
we
think
can make
the
it-
date needs to stay there. Give them a target to work for,
I'd make it May 1st.
where it wouldn't increase their payroll till,
June.
and what do you do next year?
June.
Go back to May 1st?
Well, I mean,
You can still adopt the
you can
7th.
still roll it back to the same time, but you better put a date on it and you better put a cap on
They could come back to us here in a month and
it.
say,
If they come back to us within a month and a half and said, hey, this is rolling good, we tested it, everything works fine, then you go to the closest month.
Then move it up to April 1st.
That's-
I think we need to do everything we can to make it April 1st ourselves.
But I don't want
Part
to
of the
put it on
salary
that.
study.
I'm sorry?
Is the longevity part of the salary study?
No, sir. I don't,
Okay, we leave that out.
yeah.
I might be able to go for it, but I'm not.
The
There's
long-
a lot of things I don't agree with.
The longevity study and the vacation,
This year, but-
and there's something else that I did, it's just, it's all involved.
I'll second.
Any more discussion?
And I'm not sure that I totally agree with it, but I think it's the best we're gonna have.
Again,
We're not gonna have all the
we
pellets in the center.
in the proposal, I think we've got what they presented, or what they put in their proposal. I think we got a quality job. I just go back to, I remember sitting up there saying, we'll hire a company, we'll agree to it, no matter what. And everybody shook their head at that time. So, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Keep us informed.
Yeah, we got something.
That's not the heck out of 15
But we've got a lot of other
minutes.
things on that same,
I have to agree 100%.
got a lot of other things that we need to work on now.
Baby
have a break.
steps, we're not done, or baby steps.
A break.
Great.
Can we go ahead and ask employee or departments to fill out the new CP5 forms to turn them in so that they can at least give us what the new salary would be for their employee based on the new salary chart? Can we send an email about that out?
I would see no reason why not. Anybody?
Sooner the better.
So that the sooner they can get it to us, we can start working.
Yeah, I'm concerned it's not gonna be a quick process for anybody, so.
Is there a new form?
So what would you
Ms. County
like
Clerk,
the deadline to be?
What do we got today, the 22nd?
Next week.
Because there's a
23rd.
memorandum that you guys approve and send out to department
Can
head.
we get that done Wednesday?
Yeah.
And then, put the deadline, you think everybody can get it done by the first week of March?
Is it the current CP5 we have, or are you gonna send us that form too?
She's gonna send out the CP5 form. I think I emailed it.
Yeah, you
already,
did.
So you guys can start filling it out.
We can start filling it out today.
Okay, and then if I can get it by next Wednesday too,
I can have to you next week.
okay? Okay. So we'll say next Wednesday,
When and I can-
So March 3rd,
yes.
so do March 3rd.
They have more people to worry about.
Okay, and that'll get us started on the roll.
Angie, how quick can you start entering the new hourly wage? Can you enter it now, make it effective April 1st?
We can't do it
Because you're
now
still in the
because
old
we're-
wages until April 1st. So at what point in time can you start?
Once we're done with this month's payroll, we can start changing things around. But I need to talk to CIC to see how they want us to set that up.
If they would allow you to put the new one in now while you're still in the old system, even though the new one won't take place till April 1st. You'd have an extra 30 days to work too.
Yeah, we may have.
And if you could, then that would expedite the whole thing. And that, the way these computers work, be surprised me if you couldn't do it.
We may have.
So you may be able to make things happen.
Right. I just don't want to promise anything yet, so.
And we're not at, yeah.
But we may have a plan to make it happen.
I'd like to see the same date if we possibly could, but
Of April 1st.
I'd like to see it happen then if we could.
Oh, yeah, if we can, we'll certainly try.
I'd almost bet they'd allow you to enter everything, and then when April 1st comes, dump it. But I don't know, I'm not a computer, I can't, calculator's all I run.
Sometimes when you dump it, it dumps.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Justin.
Sometimes when you dump it, it dumps.
That's kind of what.
That works right into it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
Handful of employees that have done that.
I run a 10-key calculator, that's about it.
I'd like to avoid that again.
We
For
implemented a
your
new
sake.
software system, and the first day we got a virus, and the whole thing crashed. We had nothing.
So does anybody want a break? You got something else?
I do.
I think we'll-
I just wanted to, before this topic moves on,
Okay.
I do have an email dated January 18, 2021, that is a response from Lisa after the department head meeting, and it basically, it says, "Dear Commissioners, per your request, Wade gave the department heads the opportunity to submit questions and concerns they had about the compensation and classification study. He scheduled a Starleaf session to allow interactive discussion of those questions and for me to provide some information. The session was held on Friday. As a result of those discussions, 2 minor changes, and then I'm not gonna read the whole thing. And then there's a draft of those changes. So I'm only bringing that up because I think the issue was addressed, and I was trying to remember and go back.
I think we got that copy.
I do too.
I got
I
that
think
copy.
it's in here.
So I mean, I'm not sure where things kind of fell off center, but I felt like I had missed something, and
I swear in David, wait a second.
You know,
so that's, I just asked you to go back and look at that email, because I think that addressed the questions, and we moved relatively quickly. And I think, Don, you were concerned about things being delayed. I said, no, we're gonna set this up. We're gonna have this meeting with the department heads.
Yeah.
They're gonna ask their questions. They sent me the questions. I sent them to Lisa. We set up the Starleaf. Those questions were answered, and then this email came out afterwards.
I remember getting that here a couple weeks ago.
And it has changes in, to the compensation study that she originally put out to reflect those changes. So
Are we gonna get those waived, the revised one? I mean, that's the one they obviously passed.
yeah, I mean,
That would be the one that needs to be sent out to the department heads.
so I just wanted to bring that forward. That's all I had. It was addressed quickly and efficiently, and that's what I thought, but then I started questioning myself.
Well, and I was questioning myself too, because like I said, the deal with the jailers, I believe, and their salaries, because somebody else another county pays $3 more or something, I don't know.
I feel like that's another question, but I think Commissioner Johnson was floating there. So maybe he needs to.
I'm gonna recuse myself.
Right.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
So Todd, you have sent out the paper.
To me, we just look at that salary. That's the way I refer to it. And Bob, I'm on 75%.
So
Yes.
a little nicer, we're not gonna
sink into the ground. You can talk to about that.
I'm ready for another cup of coffee.
There you go.
How are you?
Do you have any accidents, Tom, during the storm?
We had a few, just very few.
Nothing major of any of them, or
Got a couple of rollovers just because of the location they were at, and then they
there's
did.
no fatalities or
There's no
anything like that?
fatalities, not-
That's great.
No.
We can handle you. Tom, I'm like you, I thought we were still waiting on stuff.
I swore we were still waiting on something. I said it was the jailers and then if any changes, I agree we got that email, but. Here's what it is, down the road now.
We got that part taken care of anyway. Oh, Tom, I said we got that part taken care of anyway.
Sorry, sorry if I sounded heated.
Tom
It's
got
like-
No, no, no.
Felt like for a minute here I was being punished for something I thought I was waiting information.
I at no point meant to make it sound like that, so I apologize for that. That's what you took it, it's not meant that way.
Yeah, I didn't, yeah, I didn't think it did. I looked that over before.
I was just, you're fine. You
I haven't
had
signed
time.
anything
You
yet.
haven't had time.
Yeah.
That's what done, but I asked for this, our motion.
Yeah, one
Yeah, well, probably need to see what Wade says about that. No, I'm not gonna take this one step.
That over a million times, and
I've spent a lot of hours on it.
I
wouldn't say that's not good.
the expensive county going down the road. Our employees are the best paid people in the county.
But of course, in 15 years, in 15 years, what's the rest of the industry gonna do? You know, I don't know, you know.
I'm gonna be honest with you, when Wood Creek goes away, we're gonna have less employees in this county. Some of them that are here are gonna be taking cuts.
Yeah, well,
We'll have half
keep that
the
back
employees.
on staff.
Right.
You're gonna have to cut back on staff.
Our employees have all been ahead.
Especially for bringing people.
They called and.
I'm not sure we should be contracting all that stuff. Real hard about road and bridge stuff.
Okay, you go to contract now, if they build in an extra 20% commission and stuff.
Pretty good.
Yeah, but if you're paying salaries at an extra 10
You're doing very good.
20%.
What is too, right?
There's no set pattern for it. No set way to determine what's.
I don't know percentage. I don't care. It's totally unfair to the
Percentage increase, you start here the same. If it's this person with more, by the time it's done, it's way out.
If it's 15 years, like I've said here last week or two, if, you know, if a boy on a grade 12 or group of age 65, there's a $26,000 grade starting with.
Cheryl's cookies are good.
They're 36,000. Yeah, the 2%
We got some concrete suppliers that sent us a bigger box out in
It
there.
loses.
Christmas time, every year.
That loses to $44,000. That is so destructive to the country.
But you know, it doesn't matter, if you're making $24 an hour, and I'm making $19 an hour, a gallon of gas costs me exactly the same as it does you.
And that employee making 19, after he begins and learns his job, to me, he just reported that somebody making 12. If he quits, you gotta replace him. His job responsibility's gotta be done. And that gap, of course, it's the same way, in the old six-step deal, it's the same, disparity. His disparity is worse.
I don't think people were upset with the steps. I think people were upset because of people was being moved to different categories all the time. And people were getting, and somebody else making more wage, more salary in this office than they were in this.
We're all back together feeding our mouths.
It's no one such.
So,
Since, since the governor put an extension on her orders, do we still need every 2 weeks to take a look or determine something?
I checked with Sawyer, he's not making any recommendations at this time. So I guess we're down to round table unless somebody wants to discuss this salary thing a little more.
Probably need to. Can I come up?
You may.
So, so we don't end up in the vacuum again where things sit idle and, what I would suggest, and I hope maybe we can get on a future agenda, is the remainder of the compensation study, because I think the longer it sits and nothing's done, the further remote it gets and out of sight, out of mind, so to speak. So I request so that it's addressed sooner rather than later. We pick a date and it's set on the agenda and it's talked about and discussed and behind the scenes. Each of you can review it, figure out what you like, what you don't like, if we need to talk about it in a different way. And that way it's handled and it's not July before it gets brought back up again. That would be my request.
I think your suggestion in my mind is well taken. There's 3 or 4 areas in there I think we need to review. And to me, we've had that in our hands for 3 months now. To me, a target date in the next 2 or 3 weeks, we probably ought to get everything behind us in that wage study. That way we can move ahead with HR study and what Lisa's gonna be proposing there, so.
And there's items that are contained within the other recommendations that potentially affect payroll as well, so. I think they need to be ironed out, discussed, and figure out yay or nay, if it needs to be broken down by section, and you go by section, here's recommendation number 1. How does the board vote? Here's recommendation number 2. How does the board vote? And then scrap parts of it, adopt parts of it, whatever you want to do. Is that fair?
Oh, yeah. Heck, yeah.
So pick, what day would you like to set it up into the future? You said 3 to 4 weeks? 3 weeks?
March the 15th, the 3rd Monday from today, I think that'd be long enough to get our thoughts put together and hopefully get everything finalized.
I was thinking the 8th, but
Well, I can work with the 8th too. I haven't reviewed all that.
that's basically 2 weeks.
Pardon?
It's basically 2 weeks.
I think we're gonna get to the point where we're gonna discuss it, and then we're gonna have to want to think about what we've discussed, and then, because there may be some other concerns come across our mind. So it's time, and then, so it may be an ongoing for 3 or 4 weeks in a row.
Set it for the 8th
Well,
and
set for,
continue it on from
shoot for
there.
the 8th for a start. Would be my thought.
Maybe set time out on each of the agendas on the 8th, the 15th, and the 22nd.
At least that way it keeps it fresh in my head.
We don't need it 22nd.
I mean, that would be my suggestion, that it's handled and dealt with. Moving along. And my apologies that the other part didn't get. I try to think of those things and bring it up, but yes, it needs to be put on the agenda so we know that it needs to be talked about. Sound good?
Yeah, you bet.
All right.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Tom.
So am I up still?
Yeah,
Roundtable?
round table. You're first. You want executive session?
I will, but
Oh,
a
shoot.
couple other things first. The fence viewing, there's a memorandum that was sent to me on behalf of Bill Williams, and basically requesting another fence viewing. So the board needs to determine who will be the fence viewers and set set the fence viewing for some date and time in the future, and preferably when, if you have to walk out into the area where I know this is located, that you don't sink into the ground. So, let you guys make that decision.
We want to
I would say the person do the same people, because they know what it was like prior to.
I was one of the ones there on the original, and I would probably agree to that. instead of-
I'm available, but I just think it ought to be somebody.
I was involved in it the first time, Jesse, and got a little bit acquainted with both parties, although I knew one party for a lot of years. But, you know, if it's a commission of wishes, I'd be more glad to go back out the second time.
I would too.
I'm okay with it, but I think we need to look at it as a total new fence viewing. Has nothing to do with the old one now, because that's history. Isn't that correct? This is starting over from new now.
Oh, well, I was under the impression that there wasn't enough wires.
Well, so each time it's a new, you have to assume that it's a new unit. So you go out and you review and verify whether the existing fence, whether there was a prior fence viewing or not, is in compliance with the county resolution. And the county resolution is basically what the whole goal is.
That's what Wade Stick says, that's the resolution.
So whether it's the same people involved or not, I don't know if that's, I mean, I guess that could be helpful, but it's not necessary. In fact, it might be, you get a fresh set of eyes and look at it from a neutral, independent standpoint. So that something doesn't appear to be what, in the criminal side, rubber stamp, you put a request for a warrant in front of a judge, and without even looking at it, they just stamp it. They call that rubber stamping a warrant, and that's not what you want. You want the process to be as fair and neutral as possible.
I have to recuse myself from it.
Okay. And Jesse and Bob, then.
Well, I mean, that's,
When is it?
I can do it if that's what Wade recommended.
We haven't decided when yet.
You don't have to do it that way. It's up to you, but I only mention that so that
It makes sense either way, so, I mean, I'm fine either way.
First 2 weeks of March, I'm clear for the most part.
If that's
Get
what
towards
you
the
want,
end, it might be.
I should be available.
Whoever wants to do it, fine, man, it makes no difference to me.
Well, like I say, what Wade says makes sense, where if we get a new fresh set of eyes, and
You said volleyball.
the individuals involved don't think you're
Right, and then I'm gonna say, because the two individuals involved, and they say, okay, these guys are back. Yeah.
So,
I can just tell you what I seen there 3 weeks ago, so.
do we need to go on it? Does that need to go on a motion?
yeah, and I think it probably need to coordinate with the landowners too, to make sure they're available, so maybe have two dates.
I do that through
Okay.
correspondence.
And we'll coordinate with you too, because you gotta go again.
So there's a motion that you would need to do, move to appoint blank and blank to be the commission representatives as fence viewers on the request of William and Cynthia Williams, date and time to be determined.
So, move to appoint Jesse and Bob to be commission representatives as fence viewers upon the request of William and Cynthia Williams, date and time to be determined.
I'll make that motion.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I vote. Thank you, Donna.
Can I get that machine? I didn't get it all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think we're done at about 1:30 or 2 o'clock following the commission meeting, if I remember right.
Lord knows how long the commission meeting's gonna last.
Well, I think
Yeah.
we ended up being out there an hour and a half, ended up being out there 12 hours.
I'm good at first or the end, or both.
He's correspondent, and Wade can do it also. And then it's better for the 2 cents for yours.
If it's on a Monday, I usually have Mondays protected.
Last time you did Monday afternoon.
Yeah, Monday afternoon, the last time.
And I'm good for that.
We'll just have to make sure.
Figure out when.
I've already mentioned the update on the HR audit, so I don't think that was on my list to talk about. We should have something here in the very near future. Then that again will be presented to the board by Lisa, hopefully in person. I know there was, at least, I thought I heard somebody mentioning something about the current county mask order, mask resolution 2020-863. And my understanding is, based on what I received from Lindsay, who had been in consultation with Dr. Sloyer, there's no recommendation to modify or otherwise change the existing order. So it just needs to be reviewed 2 weeks from now. I think last week was the 2-week mark, but since there was no meeting, it didn't get reviewed. So 2 weeks from now, it'll need to be reviewed again. With that in mind, I've been contacted, and I think Donna had been contacted for comment from the county in reference to Senate Bill 14. And if you remember, Senate Bill 14 is the legislation that deals with extending the emergency powers and extending what would be sort of falling to the governor's executive authority to request a mask order or other executive orders under the prior legislation. So I responded, and it was a news media outlet. They were requesting what Coffee County's position would be, whether they were going to have a new vote or revote in reference to the current mask order that's outstanding from the governor's office. And my response, after reviewing Senate Bill 14, I referenced back to November 24th, 2020, where the county had adopted County Resolution number 2020-863, which is the resolution opting out of the mask order. And basically it's the mask order, but instead of recommendation, which still is what my understanding was, the board still recommends to the citizens of Coffee County. And under Senate Bill 14, basically the law moves on to March 31st, 2021. So at the end of March, and I don't know, who knows what happens, it'll be a legislative response. But my ultimate answer to the news media outlet was the county did not need to revote, and if a new executive order was issued by the governor's office, then the county would review and determine whether a vote was necessary. Then that's where we are. So. Been working behind the scenes, and Brad will probably be able to chime in on this. Been in contact with representative for Verizon, and Verizon currently outfits the sheriff's department for their county phones that they use for county business. The commission, or the board, needs to seriously consider whether all the employees that need phones within the county use a county-sponsored phone. And Verizon is able to provide that a government sponsored account, which would, I don't fully understand how it all works, but it would be a tier 1 account where the county, even in some sort of natural disaster would still have priority to make contact with the people within the county. So with a nuclear plant here, and if something happened, the phone lines take priority. So the way it was described to me, the one who can get through at any point in time is the president, because the president has the highest tier priority. Law enforcement has a higher priority. If it comes to the point in time where there's a natural disaster of some sort, and everybody's trying to use the cellular towers, well, for each of us who have our own individual plans, we may not be able to get through because these priority lines take place. I would encourage the commission to consider that, and this individual can come and present, but it would be a government contract. The phones that would be provided, depending on what version of phone, there's public safety phones that you get certain phones if you select them. They're at no charge to the customer. There are several series prior. They're not the newest and most recent current fancy phones, but they are recent phones, maybe 2 series before. There's a number of phones that are available, and they're in a list. And probably most importantly, the cost is $39.99 a month for each phone. So you have 10 phones, $39.99 a month for each of those phones. I'm only bringing it up right now so you can think about it. I think it's something you seriously need to consider. I'm not sure how many phones would need to be put into circulation for the county, and that probably might be the starting point to figure out who all would have a phone. I would suggest that each of the commissioners have a phone, any of the other department heads, and then I know there are certain employees within Road and Bridge or somewhere else that have county phones as well. So, and that's for unlimited minutes, unlimited data. See if there's anything else. Unlimited talk, unlimited text, unlimited data.
So would that be a whole new Gmail address then for those individual phones?
No,
I'm not sure.
no,
Was that a no?
that was a no. It's just a separate phone, you know, it's a contact phone for,
Emergency.
Well, actually for any county business.
Yeah, for all county business.
All county, you know, these are our county business phones. So you need
Do it
to
have
get a hold
email
of
on
me.
it?
You can get email on it, yes.
I mean, so you would give classes on that?
So it would, they would
You need cricket, you need the cricket button.
They would be smartphones. I think there are options available for flip phones if somebody wanted a flip phone, but that would not be my recommendation. Some people are more comfortable with the flip phone, but there's a number of phones that are available. You can even get the more recent, up-to-date, fancy phones. You just have to pay for them. So you see, the part of why I'm bringing this up is each month, I guess every 3 months, you see the vouchers that come through to pay for people who are using their phones. That needs to go to the wayside. And for the cost of having individual phones, it's the same or less under what's currently going on.
That was gonna be my next question, or my question, that and the data part, so.
So
But there's also liability that the county is gonna have. If you have a county issued phone and that individual's driving down the road using and gets a call on his hot phone, and he's using that phone and has a crash, it can come back on the county because the county is paying for the bill for that phone.
hopefully someone will not answer the phone and they pull over into a parking lot.
But this can go back to history again, is because a few years ago, we had this argument that we had new radios and everything and all the county equipment, and it's basically road and bridge. And they were gonna use those to check in every morning on that and everything else. And then somewhere along the line, that all went away and we started paying everybody for phones. Well, if we go back this route again, there's no reason that all these people have to have these cell phones when we have radios and all this equipment for the county. If they need to contact them, they can contact them.
And that's why.
I don't have a phone, you know, they call my personal phone. Yeah.
Well, I'm not talking about you, but I mean, we've got a lot of people out here, especially in Road and Bridge, that are using cell phones and we're paying them for them when they have these radios in the trucks where management or whatever can get a hold of them with these radios.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. You dropped your.
Okay. So this is a specific, and here's the way it's captioned. A custom 4G unlimited smartphone plan with mobile broadband priority for national security, public safety, and first responders. So it has things that a civilian plan would not have, which would be a benefit. So say in the cold, and say there was an ice storm and lines went down and the lines of communication were fractured to the point you were trying to get a hold of somebody, you couldn't. This would allow you as a commissioner to communicate with whoever you needed to, because to keep things moving within the county, which your personal cell phone plan might not allow.
I do know with responding to Redding on the tornado, if you didn't have a gold star status, you wasn't entering that town. And even if you was there to help, they didn't care. When the officials showed up, if you wasn't on their clearance, you wasn't going through. No matter if you had 15 skid loaders and gravel buckets, it didn't matter. You know, so I mean, I do know there's a benefit to it, but I'm worried about the liability side on the county side.
Well, I mean, that would be hopefully something that we could be impressed upon the employees if they receive the phone, whoever would receive one, that here's sort of the standard operating procedures, and if you step outside that, then that's a problem. The other thing that goes with this particular program is each year, you're eligible for an upgrade at no cost. So your phone can be upgraded, which is quite the benefit as well. So the only thing I'm doing right now is planting seeds, getting you to think about it. This individual can put together a quote, a formal quote, but I need to know how many phones would be a part of that program, and then can go from there. But I think there is something to be said about county government officials being on this specialized priority program where you'll always have access. And if it doesn't cost any more than what is being paid right now, or less, then.
What are we paying for most of our phone now, $50 a month? I think it's 50.
From 25 to 50, depends on who you are.
Yeah, I think we have some different levels.
Mr. Chairman.
It's $39.95 to be somewhere in the middle of it.
Donna's got some info.
So when I first came here in 2005, we did have a county cell phone plan. And most all the employees that were required to have a phone had one through US Cellular. And then we got away from that when people wanted to start receiving stipends. So we're only down to like 5 county phones now, and they're with US Cellular.
So would we include the people that are being stipend now?
Well, that's why we need to figure out who all is receiving a stipend, and then whether they would be somebody who would need, per board decision, whether they would be someone who would need to have a phone.
Can you,
And then make a decision from there.
And then if they weren't included in this new proposal, they wouldn't qualify for the siphon at all, if they didn't want to. And I think Bob's right,
I think
especially road and bridge, when they
I
got
think we have a
radio.
lot of employees out there who don't want to carry two phones, and they don't want to talk on the truck radio because they don't want anybody else to hear them. So somehow it got around where we were just paying them to use their personal phone so they can do whatever they do, but we're paying part of it every. I think a lot of those phones are not necessary.
So, something to consider, and I think,
can you get a list together? Is that easily obtainable, I assume?
You mean from all the department heads?
Yeah,
or-
who, how many stipends there are, who,
Okay, I think the clerk's office would have all that,
okay,
who receives stipends.
just
I don't
general
know.
information, so we could, with our pondering, at least we got some information.
yeah,
Then we'd be adding our phone and your phone,
and I know the sheriff's department, this is who they use and have used for, I don't know how many years, and they're an ongoing client. If you have any questions about the service and how it works and how satisfied they are with what this person provides. And the other thing I didn't mention is, because we're a government entity, you have a single source person. You don't have to call and wait on hold for someone at Verizon and cut through all the red tape. You get to talk to this person directly, and that person only, and that's the person that services the phones that would be associated with this account. So for example, if Tom Johnson, the sheriff, has an issue with the phone, he calls, gets this person on the phone, that's who they deal with, and they immediately deal with it. You don't have to go to if you want with this program, you don't have to go to the Verizon store. You can do everything over the phone, and it's all taken care of that way.
Most of your normal Verizon stores don't know how to deal with the accounts anyway, so you want to go with the person that's setting this up. And you just run into a 3-hour ordeal.
This is a government business account manager. So,
You should have had to push one for you.
So that's just something to think about, and we'll follow up with it at a later date of time. All right, so next thing is request.
Wait a minute, wait, we've got this issue.
The $16,000 for the survey.
Do we want to ask him about that before we get it? Yeah.
It's the $16,000 for Goldberg. Presented the bill.
Copies.
No, I know what it is.
I guess we question where that lays too, as far as, so their invoice said they were so many percentage into each deal, but I'll go back to what I had mentioned to everybody earlier, that the last meeting I attended, which was after Cody had left, and probably the only meeting I attended on the jail study or any of this, I thought and assumed we were going to be getting some sort of cost estimate to be able to send out for bids for upgrading the HVAC of the courthouse itself to make it virus friendly.
And that got presented. I thought that was something during, I think during the Goldberg, when he was on the screen, there was a whole discussion about the HVAC system and what would be required to make the county courthouse compliant, and then at the end, sort of the pricing structure for that type of equipment.
I don't think they were winning anywhere. I think that was another one of them, that was the end of it. But it's my understanding now that the clerk is actually getting some of this stuff done through our our heating and air people. So,
So maybe let me back up. What Goldberg was gonna be doing is doing the analysis on what mechanically and electrically within this building would be required from an engineering standpoint. They're not the merchant who sells the equipment.
Correct.
So they were putting in the recommendations, and I know I've seen, I don't have it in front of me, but the blueprints on where, in the existing structure, where they would recommend that each of these different types of,
Lights and this and
what,
that.
where they would go. And I thought that was what that's what they were hired to do on that component, because you don't know what you need until somebody can tell you who is on the engineering side.
Right, and I have not seen anything.
when we had the STAR presentation, that dropped right there. That was in it. Nothing has ever been discussed, never had seen any information or anything on it since then.
Okay. So then we'll have to get that too, because I know there's quite a bit of information that goes along with the courthouse side of it.
Right.
For the COVID response. And several articles, they have a number of engineers now, the current, I guess, hold off on signing that, and we'll put it off, and I'll get Goldberg to update us. You want something that's a little more detailed, what they're paying for and why. I know originally back in May or whenever it was, when it first got brought up, there were the three different parts of the project, so.
Right, and the invoice is detailed, I mean,
Okay.
as where they set, I mean, even in section 1 with their COVID assessment on the courthouse, they're only like 86.2% complete on their.
So they need to let the county know.
I was under the, back in the fall, like say after Cody resigned and I went to the meeting, I was assuming that all this would be, that part would be 100%, and we'd have recommendations and basically a spec book to send out for bids so we could get Modern Air or whoever to give us a price to install that stuff to make us say, like I say, virus friendly. And then we'd move to phase 2 of the new jail facility and send it out for votes. That's what I assumed was gonna happen.
Yep. Well,
So,
still waiting on the recommendations and blueprint that handles or covers what it would take to retrofit the existing building or existing jail compared to what the new shiny.
Right, and that as well, yes. Those are, that's why I remember the meeting ending, that we were gonna make the courthouse COVID friendly, virus friendly, I'll use that word instead of COVID.
I remember him during his presentation too, one of the things he talked about was, well, if we do this and this, do we really want to do this at the present time? And I thought he was going to figure out and have it for us, if we're gonna do this, this is all we need to do. If we're not gonna do this, then we need to do this. And I haven't heard I don't think anyone's heard anything since then.
I sure don't remember hearing that kind of thing. I don't recall.
So I think part of what may have happened is we had who's been communicating with who is sort of the way I'll caption it. At one point in time, we had Russell, who was involved, and he was kind of dealing with Goldberg. And then we had Randy, who was dealing with Goldberg. And some of what was going on, I'd end up finding out sort of the update when we all got together. And now I'm wondering where that communication is going, if anywhere. And I would assume they were gonna get a hold of me, because we went from Cody being a part of the committee, to Randy being a part of the committee, to Russell being a part of the committee, to the only one who's been part of contact with Goldberg from the beginning to the end now is me. So
I think we left it in your hand.
I think
Last time with Larry up on Zoom, he was kind of wanting Randy Rogers as And that's where that kind of ended, and then that's the last thing I remember.
I remember him saying, I remember him
Yeah.
saying that, but we never agreed to that.
No.
Well, and then Tom came up, if you remember, he introduced himself, said he's up to speed on what's going on, and so I think I'll figure out where we are and what's going on behind the scenes, and just put that on hold.
I mean, I don't have a problem paying.
I think the way to get the answers you want is to let them know there's, before something gets paid, we need to know where things are.
I agree.
Nothing.
All right, now the executive session fund. Request a motion for the commission to recess into executive session for the reason of discussing personnel matters of non-elected personnel under the, to protect the privacy rights of non-elected personnel pursuant to that exception of the Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 754319B1, and that would be for 10 minutes, myself and the board.
So moved.
Tom's moved,
I'll second.
Tim seconded, all in favor? Aye. You said 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
We'll go in at, it's, always hard to decide how many minutes we need to get there. 12:08, I'm at 12:18.
Tom, I don't remember if the door's locked or not.
Not gonna be someone else.
back.
Yes, sir.
So, as happens from time to time, I underestimated the time that we need for that particular executive session. I'd request under the same topic, same people, another 15 minutes.
I'll make a motion. Jesse seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll go in. Is anybody in the break? 12:23. How many minutes? 15? 15?
Zach,
Yes, sir.
request a motion for commission to recess into executive session for consultation with the county counselor to discuss county litigation for matters being privileged under the attorney-client relationship exception to Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 754319B2, myself and the commission, 15 minutes.
I'll make the motion.
Oh, second.
Tim made the motion, Don seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
For 15 minutes. We're going at 12:42.
Hey, how you doing? Good.
How are you?
You're back. Anything else for us, Wade?
I think that's all I have for today. Unless you had anything you wanted me to.
No, I think I'll just start making notes so that we don't get, make myself a reminder for each week so that we don't get behind the 8 ball again or something. So, do you have anything, Angie?
I have pamphlets of those purifier things that I told you about earlier.
Purifier.
that Modern Air is going
Oh,
to go over and just
okay.
take a look at.
All right.
I just asked them to give me kind of a rough estimate on what something would cost, and this is what he sent me to look at prior to him coming over, so I think he's coming sometime this week. And so, I went ahead and put you on the agenda for the next 3 weeks for, I guess, salary study discussion. Is that what you call it?
Mhm.
I'll just put it as the last topic, that'll work.
That'd be fine.
And then, so that works on that and stuff, but I'm gonna sign that after.
Right.
That's all I have.
Started on the 8th, right? Started on the 8th.
Yes.
You know, Angie, it seems like we hear about Modern Air quite a bit, and I'm not familiar with it, it's gonna make any difference. We've got 2 or 3 firms here in Burlington. Are there firms in Burlington, in their county that could be doing things that we're going outside the county for?
We do have, the locals do things.
I know we use one of them quite a bit, but
Years ago,
it seems like most of it's going out of county. So,
wait, are you?
Well,
Or can I
we're
say,
trying to do everything in the county we can, and yet it seems like Modern Air is the only one we ever hear about, most of the time.
can I speak?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
do it. Do it.
I'm sorry, yeah, I said yes.
So when we did the large project for the courthouse, Modern Air was, I guess their company's large enough that they're able to handle that big of a job when it is regarding our HVAC system. We do call on the other locals. Years ago, I used to alternate every single plumber, every single electrician, and everything like that. The commissioner years ago said that, because some of the invoices we received in, they did not itemize their bills when they would turn them into the county. They would just say a flat, however much. And so the commissioners wanted to see the bills itemized. And some people, I don't know if their billing wasn't set up that way or what, but they weren't going to do that. And so the commissioner said we were not to use those who would not itemize their bills.
I don't know if anybody wouldn't itemize if they had the chance of losing the business. So to me, that'd be a lack of communication someplace. But that's.
It happened. It happened. I was here. It happened.
I don't know why any business wouldn't itemize, even if they have it in the hand.
I mean, I looked at it as they're all taxpayers. They should all have a chance at working with the county. But, so we use Street Electric and we use Fix Plumbing a lot, and anyone else that, would itemize, we'd be willing to use them too. So, but Modern Air, just basically they're the company that did the big project and they've maintained it, maintenance and that sort of thing on the HVAC. So.
I assume there's probably a little bit of difference between a commercial and residential HVAC as well. Is that it?
Yes, that's all I have.
Tim?
It was brought to my attention by local banks that the protection, how does it go, PPP, Paycheck Protection Plan from the federal government, which is up for small businesses and farms too. Someone try to get with Rhonda and see if we couldn't do if it's okay, some kind of release to bring it up to the citizens in Coffee County.
Make them aware.
Make them aware.
Did you have the opportunity to visit with, Farm Services? Because they
Yes, and
they
they're
send
not
out all the
doing that.
emails. It's all, every farmer there is.
There won't be doing any press
They won't
release.
be involved in any of that. To me, that's the ideal place for that.
Yes, it would be.
Get back to me when he's done.
Okay,
Whatever you want.
go ahead. Oh, I thought you were gonna add to the story.
No, I realized there was one thing that I have here,
I'm sorry.
that I forgot to mention. There's a company that is doing, they're putting in electric transmission lines, through construction by the Southwest Power Pool. The project is currently out for bid to multiple bidders. Amerin Ameren Transmission is one of the utility companies bidding on this project, and they would like to solicit feedback from the commissioners as to any projects that may be coming to the area, new developments that they may know of, to assist in them routing their new project. They would like to meet with the commission to come and talk to you about that. Is that something you're willing to have them talk to you about? I'm supposed to get back with them and let them know if they can be on the agenda to visit with you.
I don't know any projects coming up. I don't have a problem with it. What the rest of it, I think.
But like I say, if you don't have any projects, I don't know if it's so they can make sure they have enough supply electricity to the area, is that?
Well, or they may be wanting to, it's determining their line routing. So if there's planned development in the community, they would route their line the way your project might be, so.
I've worked in the electrical business and everything has its district or its deal. And we're all covered by someone, either Four Rivers or KG&E, KP&L down south. Every upstart, we're all covered. So I don't know, is there anybody would be able to bring any other transmission or any other line into Coffee County to do anything anyway, because we're covered.
But it sounds like the news items that I heard the last few days, you know, there's 7 states here that are lined up, doesn't include Texas, but we're all in a grid system some way, which my understanding is kind of almost guarantees us the electricity we need. Somewhere, what you're talking about.
We got a nuclear power plant set now here too, which one?
Yeah. But I don't know whether it's,
I hear from them, whatever. I don't care.
it don't hurt to listen.
Yeah, we can listen. May not have any information for them, but we can listen.
Okay. And then usually just letting any vendor come in, you guys don't want that, but, you know.
I don't know if they're actually a vendor, are they?
Well, no, they're doing a project.
They're doing a project, so. I would say.
You know,
That,
I would assume they'd have to apply
Most
for
of
their
the
project, but they have
projects,
to get a permit. I mean, with a radio tower, but then something, they gotta get a permit, so I would assume that's probably gonna be part of it.
that is it, sorry.
You're fine. Sorry, Tim, I thought you were
That
gonna
was-
add to what you were trying to talk about.
That was it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get with Rhonda and see.
I know my accountant's the one that informed me that payroll protection program, so.
I had thought there was a couple that would told me about it. I didn't hear it. And it's something that you need to get moving on, because I believe they're allowing 2 to 3 weeks. And that will be it.
The timeline's getting pretty short. Right?
Yes,
I'm not
yes.
sure. I know a couple businesses already qualified, pretty good size amounts anymore. And I don't know what, I haven't heard anything on the hospital. You know, they had a lot of PPP money come in a year ago,
Yeah,
and I would assume they'd probably qualify again.
Well, there's a limit. This is for the smaller businesses and small for farms. So I don't know what that limit is. I wasn't able to listen to it on Fox and Good, but
I forgot to grab those checks out of there, didn't I?
Pardon?
I need to grab them checks out of there, didn't I? Jesse, you got anything?
I don't have anything today.
I have nothing.
I don't have anything, don't have anything from.
Well, Donna's retirement is
May 1st.
May 1st. We got the official notice. So with that being said, I'm gonna make a motion to advertise in the house to replace Donna's position.
And I think that's a position we need to keep in place, I really do. Just in the 4 years I've been there, I've seen the value coming out of it, so I will second the motion.
I made a motion, Don seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah, I think we're about the only county around that does that. You know, the clerks have responsibilities, the clerk's office. And I don't see any reason why we can't put that back on the clerk's office. It used to be there. I personally am opposed. I think that that's a position that we could probably put out back onto the clerk's office and do it. So
Well, I don't wish to overburden any other department with duties tomorrow.
I don't think we'd be overburdened. I think that's part of, really, that should be part of the clerk's responsibility.
Right. I guess if they don't hire their employee, I guess I could see that, but I just, with all due respect, I just don't feel like I want to be an extra burden on another department. I mean, anybody else?
If we can save money, if we're already paying for somebody to do the work or do work, you know, if there's extra time available, I don't see why we couldn't abolish the position. That's just my 2 cents worth. Save the county money.
I think we'd just be willing to try it. If it doesn't work, then we could go back to something else.
I made a motion, Don seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
So it's coming down to me.
Yep.
At this point in time, I wish to say that I don't have a problem with opening it up to other employees. So I'm gonna vote yeah.
Okay. That motion passes 3-0. We'll do, or 3-2. I have non-advertising house till May, or March, excuse me. 8, is that okay?
It'd be 2 weeks from today. I think that in-house, I think that'd be adequate.
Yeah. With that being said, the new economic development director we hired wanted to start March 1st. I called him last week after the meeting courthouse got closed, the meeting got canceled. I had some personal things I had to take care of last week. So I called him and asked, he wanted to start March 1st. I called him and asked for another week or so for the breathing room. Of course, I hadn't had the opportunity to talk to the rest of you about whether or not March 1st was okay with you or anything anyhow, so. With that being said, we're gonna have to move Donna's office somewhere.
Can he go to the old commissioner office for the time being?
Yeah, you could.
Well, I actually use that. I use the computer stuff up there in that room. I mean, that was commission's chamber.
Right.
And I hope we're back there someday.
Well,
But I use the computer and I have all my, well, not all, but most of my stuff is up there.
Okay.
So I actually would be in and out of that a lot. I kind of, that as our space for our stuff.
Well.
What's across the room nowadays? And was that Donna's old office?
No, it's Wayne's people.
Oh, is that Wade's people?
Oh, okay.
This is,
Yeah, we had to move stuff around. That's why Donna came downstairs.
Oh, okay.
Because Wade needs more room because Donna was in there.
They hired a new position.
Yeah.
Is the county, I didn't realize county appraiser had a couple of vacant.
Well, that's what I was gonna.
Could that be done temporarily rather than having our administrative assistant?
But I know when I was speaking with Mr. Skipper on the employment, he was hoping to work with the appraiser's office on mapping, and he said he likes to do mapping and on his presentations and stuff like that. So I don't know, we'll just have to figure something out. I know there's an empty, not empty room, but across the hall. Yeah, from Brad's office.
Meeting room, the extension meeting room.
There's another room. What's in there?
Oh, my lecture room.
where the voting machines and all that stuff.
The clerk hall.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. I just knew it was there.
Yeah.
I don't know if that could be open to the public anyway, with
I can't.
voting machines in there.
Well,
The extension meeting room, is that?
If, let's see, this is February. If Donna's retiring May the 1st, could we just bring another desk in there maybe into that office in there?
Her and Rhonda maybe could be working side by side with.
Set aside for a couple months or whatever.
Talk about a short time frame.
Well, we got some time to think about it. I mean, I don't know.
Was
Where
he
else?
agreeable to wait till March 15th?
He said he was wanting to start the sooner the better, and
Yeah.
I told him, I said, I just need a week or two with a breathing room because of the situation of who goes where and how, so.
I think we gotta be a little careful about delaying it too far. He may decide to do something else.
Yeah, he's excited about it. I know Ron at the Housing Authority is excited about it, so. Something to think about.
I don't want to think, in my opinion, we don't want to delay him and lose him
No.
because of that.
I was thinking March 8th, but that'd give us the 2 weeks to,
March 8th probably won't be an issue with it, but you put it in late March might be an issue.
well, he's already got things established, so he's actually living here by the 25th, I think is what he said.
25th.
Like I told him, it'd be nice if he came with one of us or me or whatever, and go through the courthouse, introduce, meet and greet type thing, or show him around a little bit, so. So I'm gonna, I guess, time the 8th, and hopefully by then we can have some spaces. And, Donna's replacement, decide maybe at the same time, I guess, I don't know. See how it goes. Go ahead and make note. So that's all I have. Did I get everything sent around for everybody to sign? I think I did.
Jesse's still
Signing it right
signing.
now.
Okay, I just gotta sign some checks and some other things, but do you have anything, Donna?
Well, if it's possible, if we could set a time for the fence viewing so I can get that paperwork sent out.
We need to work with the people. We need to see when it's convenient for them.
Yeah.
On a Monday.
Okay.
I believe that Bob and Jesse agreed to Monday.
A Monday
A Monday
afternoon.
afternoon, but we need to work with those people, see when they
Okay.
work.
This time of year, they can probably be available anytime. That's
Yeah,
just
should
a
be.
guess.
We didn't do that last time. We just said this is the date.
I think we set a date last time, and if it didn't work, they'd get back. I think, my opinion, we need to set a date. But at least you got a target date to work with.
Doesn't matter to me one way or another.
That's one of those days I think it's best to set a date.
What do you guys have available?
I'm good,
I'm good any Monday, for sure.
the 1st or the 8th,
Maybe the 8th to give it some time to dry
Probably.
out.
give them 2 weeks, give them 2 weeks to get lined up. The
Okay.
8th, 15th, probably gonna be the last part of the month. I'll be gone
Okay,
a little bit.
so Monday afternoon,
Probably have to be. here.
March 8th.
Officially.
So March 8th? Okay. Bob, that's all I have.
Oh, you got?
Fiber board meeting
Oh, fiber board.
tomorrow.
Jesse,
Where's it downtown, isn't it?
It's downtown at the school board meeting, their school board office. Used to be the old city office.
I'll find it. I like driving around at 7:00 in the morning.
9 o'clock.
yeah, 9
9
a.m.
o'clock?
It's the old
I
city.
got 7:00.
Good thing, good thing.
I'll give you plenty of time to find it.
Bring the donuts.
That it? Anybody else?
Jesse's still signing.
I'm so sorry.
Vouchers.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm slow.
Can't adjourn until everything's signed on the vouchers then. this the only page to sign?
Yeah. The copy.
Okay.
I can sign it after that.
I'll let you put it back in there nicely.
Doing flooring in the district court.
Yeah, seen
Okay,
office,
okay.
James or whatever it was.
What are you doing over there, Pete? I thought you was making all that noise.
Can we come back over here Wednesday?
Keeping all the trucks on the road during the cold spell.
Yes, we were pretty darn fortunate.
You know, the highway really empties up.
That day, sun-
58 opened up.
that sunshine come out and it was 15 degrees and the old road started steaming.
It's unreal how quick it disappears.
I
And
think,
that morning, you couldn't drive any place very fast.
I think the county did a phenomenal job on this for what they had to work with, you know, as far as temperatures and everything. I think I had a grader come by the house one night about 11 o'clock.
They come down that, they come by that half mile of ours, about the third day after a major storm. You know, we're just there on a half mile stretch. Of course, there's 4 houses on that half mile stretch, but they're always there about the third day after a storm.
We started seeing a little discoloration in fuel at our shop. And, I told the fuel people, we brought 1% gas, unleaded gas in.
Put 1% in.
That's what, Jeremy said he saw a guy with a Duramax pickup at Lewis was putting gas in it.
We get
He
that.
said he called the guy, said, hey, you know, yeah, I said, but he was from Minnesota, said they do 1 gallon for every 10 gallons of diesel.
10%.
I've always heard that 5 is not an issue if it isn't used for a long time.
Yeah. I remember several years ago, we was up in Iowa. It was actual temperature was 40 below.
But you think that winterized diesel road,
I said it 30.
I put it in.
I'm sorry,
70-30. It was maybe 70-30 prior to, and it was starting to get crystallized.
Trying to get a hold of 911.
Yes.
Impossible.
I wish I had a case of it. I'd have told every bit of it.
I was one of them at Quick Trip.
We only had one accident. It wasn't nothing serious. Equipment can be replaced.
we were very lucky that we didn't get any major ice with it. It was lucky we didn't get a strong wind. The 6 inches of snow or 5 or 6 where we had, it was drifting some roads. There wasn't much drift down there.
I'll just do the, figure out something I need. I write a phone number. I'm probably either today or tomorrow.
Should go be
I
ready
know
for the
you
long
do.
time.
Yes, Thursday.
We needed this call. We
Part
needed
already
this call.
and everything.
I hate to
This
see
week. Okay, 7, 8.
Yeah, it is.
It won't last very long. There wasn't much water in that
Then I'll
snow.
go ahead and get this.
It'll just drift.
And I'll have.
It was wet before, it snowed too.
Yeah.
Okay, they got
Get these
email.
2 days, 60 degrees, and 3 or 4 days.
No, I still see it. I guess if he's moved there. Okay, well, then let me get you.
Here, you just hold on to that, 'cause I programmed his number.
Okay.
Let's put that all over the snow.
I know,
What did you spray in?
Fertilizer.
on the pasture,
He's called native grass or fescue?
it would be fescue and brome.
This is taking care of him, correct?
That needs to be done in February.
And I did, but he laughed at me.
He said, yeah, right.
Fertilizer prices are up 30-40%. Did you get in on the tail end of that?
Yeah.
NP&K has really spiked.
I'll sign out.
All done, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, you're fine, you're fine. Well, we'll recess till Wednesday morning at 9 at 1:25.
Here, here.